Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Salutations. A laurel and a hearty handshake. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. You just heard it, but I'll say it again. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hug.
Mary Santora's back, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
If you'd like to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007 on the phone or 800-348-1007. 35192. If you want to text me, that's the number to do it. If you're listening on iHeartRadio live, you can leave talkback messages there. Little red button. You can always use our after hours line to leave voicemails for us as well. And, of course, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. Normally, I'll open the show with some kind of snarky or pithy anecdote of my own. And I don't really have one today. But fortunately, all three of my colleagues here on the big program each have their own bone to pick with something. I don't know if it's too dramatic to call it a series of rants, but each one of them contacted me individually and said, boy, have I got something I need to get off my chest. Fortunately, not about me, so that's great. So let me spin the wheel here and see who we'll start with. You want to do that?
Sure.
We'll just spin the wheel. Bill Squire gets to start today with whatever is bumming him out.
Let's go with it. I wouldn't say I'm bummed out. I saw Oppenheimer, and I thought it was really bad.
And you never think movies are bad.
I never think movies are bad.
Right.
And I thought this one was so overhyped. Okay.
When you texted Oppenheimer sucked, I assumed you were kidding.
No. So what's the big thing that they're really pushing with this movie? Is it to see
IMAX.
it in IMAX? See it in IMAX. Why should you see something in IMAX? Because it's got this, over-the-top cinematography that's going to just blow your mind.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 3-hour movie where the majority of the shots are just close-ups of dudes' faces in small rooms. So when they're like, you got to see this in IMAX.
Did you see it in IMAX?
Yes, I saw it in IMAX. I didn't
Christopher
see it.
Nolan shot it on IMAX cameras specifically for this.
And I didn't see it in the right IMAX. But when it's just some dude's face 4 feet away from the camera, I don't get what the whole see it in IMAX thing is, other than just them trying to get a higher box office gross because IMAX tickets cost twice as much.
Do they?
They do.
Well, but aren't there, I would imagine, though, I mean, over the course of a 3-hour film about Jim Bob Oppenheimer, that there would be big wide shots of nuclear tests. Aren't those the money shots in this movie?
You get one nuclear test, and it's about 15 minutes of the movie, and it's very underwhelming, but it's more of a courtroom drama than anything.
So what are people getting wrong? Because here are the reviews. They are almost unanimously glowing.
Which blows my mind.
Oppenheimer is a powerful film that just might wreck you. That's in Oppenheimer, Christopher Nolan's devastating, explosive, magnum opus.
Yes.
Paul Schrader, the Oscar-winning screenwriter, he called it the best. This is a guy who wrote Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, worked with Scorsese. Gwen worked with him on Dog Eat Dog here in Cleveland some years back. He called it the best film of the century.
Okay.
Unanimously glowing reviews for Oppenheimer.
And
you think they're just all drinking at the teat, or what's happening?
I don't
here?
know what they may have seen a different movie than me. They may just like things different.
The best film of Christopher Nolan's career and the best film of 2023.
Would you feel differently if you didn't see it in IMAX?
I know, because it was just, I mean, I saw it for free, so I don't care if I see it. And I'm like, you can sell it as this IMAX movie, and it's just not that big of a deal with the cinematography. Like it looks nice, it looks good. Everybody, it's shot well. Obviously, he knows how to shoot a movie, but the one thing that Christopher Nolan loves to do that drives me absolutely insane is he gets. So is this the score to the movie?
This is part of it. This is the Trinity test theme.
So like he'll take this, and when someone's saying something important, he'll turn this all the way up. So
but he does that with all his movies.
And you can't hear what they're saying because they're trying to make it. I don't know. Maybe my ears don't work well.
Here's what I don't understand.
But I have more to say.
But what I don't understand about IMAX is they say see it in IMAX, and you went to Crocker Park, right? Crocker Park has IMAX. That's where I saw Mission Impossible.
But it's digital.
But it's
IMAX.
not the 70 millimeter IMAX.
Right.
Which I think is, there isn't even one of those in Ohio. You have to go to Detroit. You have to go to Philadelphia. You have to go to Indianapolis. We used to have one in Chicago. We don't have anymore. The 70 millimeter IMAX, which is like you're overwhelmed by the screen. That's not what they have. It's like the kind of IMAX you see at like science centers and things like that. They don't have that at Crocker Park.
Yeah.
So what's the point if it's not?
Even if it's that, all you're seeing is really big faces. Like, I don't know how big I need to see Cillian Murphy's face, because 90% of the movie is just a camera 4 feet away from his face.
It's a good face, though.
It's a fine face, but like you don't need to see it like bigger. Like
People are talking about how he lost a bunch of weight for the movie. I'm like, the dude didn't have that much to lose. What did he lose weight for?
So then you
have like a $140 soaking wet.
Then you have the aspects that really drove me crazy, where this is a very interesting story. Like, I'm into the story of it, but it seems like he took an 8-episode series and pushed it all into a 3-hour movie. So the cuts and the pacing of it, and that's probably to build tension, is really frenetic. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, can we just let a scene breathe? Or do we just have to jump and jump and jump and jump? And then you have everybody in it is a star. So you're never like, oh, this is this guy playing this, this is this character. You're
it's
like,
all A-list.
Oh, it's Matt Damon and Josh Hartnett and
Robert Downey Jr.
And the elf from Santa Claus. Like, there's not one moment in this movie where you are watching someone and just letting them be the character they are in the film, because
the elf
they're all
from Santa Claus.
Famous. Yeah, Bernard.
I don't know his real name. He was also in what's the teenage movie he was in?
10 Things I Hate About You. Yeah.
Okay.
And then in the moments where there is a lot of drama, instead of letting the actors interact with each other and have a moment to let the situation build, Christopher Nolan does this thing where he has like the background behind Oppenheimer start shaking, or it's like a flash that
Camera
reminds
tricks.
you that he invented a bomb, and then or like there's he was a womanizer, so it's him having sex with a lady, but it like cuts to that real quick and then back, and it's like, just
so
let the moments be the moments and let them be tense. It was tense enough. And then when you're jumping into these abstract moments, it's taken me out of it, because I just was enjoying what you were doing.
Is it more of a character study on Oppenheimer rather than, like, who's the star of the film? Is it him or the bomb?
Oppenheimer is the star of the film. Robert Downey Jr. is in. That's another thing. His character really didn't need to be into the movie until the third act.
He's a senator, right?
The third hour, you could have had that, but they're doing the time jump thing because if you're putting Robert Downey Jr. in your movie, you can't have him a 3-hour movie and he's not in the first 2 hours. You got to have him all throughout the movie. So they're doing the time jump things, which I'm just so over that kind of storytelling. Like, just tell a story in a linear way. It's fine to do that. And so I think
Emily Blunt, she's got to be good, right? She's lovely.
She's mad and she's drunk. Like, it's
Hell yeah.
like no one's
Love that.
like
They're setting you up for the sequel. Oppenheimer's wife, mad and drunk.
Like all these like people talking about these great performances. I think anger or kind of angry is the easiest thing to play. Like, I just was my expectations were sky high, and I saw a AMC series that was squished into a 3-hour movie. That's what it was to me. And people are acting like it's this magnum opus, saying things like this, his best work, the best. And I wasn't feeling it. And the people that I saw it with, and I feel like the whole theater like kind of walked out like, what do we just watch? But then there's this hype machine.
So you weren't alone in your opinion.
No. And we didn't talk about it at all during the movie, but we got done and I look at Pants and he goes, that kind of sucked, right? And I'm like, yeah, that was not good. It was not like, it was an interesting story told in a very like mundane, uninteresting way. Like, they could have made it more of a, I think you have all these moments where like they're flashing atoms and little things like that. And I think you could have just made it more of a standard film and let the story and the performances speak for themselves. But every few minutes, Christopher Nolan's got to turn up the volume or put some sparks in there and be like, hey, pretty good at making movies, aren't I? I make a lot of movies and I make them pretty good. I know a lot about film. And that's how I felt like what that movie was.
I tried to watch Tenet on a flight back from Denver, and I was like, what is going on in this? Just with headphones on. I was like, I'll hear it better because it'll be right in my ears.
No,
that didn't help.
Whatever he's doing with sound is not good. He since The Dark Knight Rises, he's had this whole thing where unintelligible speech is something that really gets him going. He loves that. He loves when you can't hear what his actors are saying.
I'm so surprised by this because when I bitch about horror movies, you say to me all the time, why can't you just let the movie be what it is?
I know.
Why can't you just let it be 3 hours of close-ups on Cillian Murphy's face?
I could have if Christopher Nolan wouldn't keep shooting sparks and turning the music up so I can't hear what his actors are saying. And then
maybe that's what he wants. He wants sparks and music.
Yeah. Well,
Bill kept yelling Stoppenheimer at the screen.
Oh, God. Please
Floppenheimer.
You're welcome.
But people seem to love it. I just thought it was like filmmakers and all those nerds, like, the color grading. Like, if you have to walk out of a movie and go like, the color grading was amazing, that's not a good movie.
Because what does every
Be
director,
honest with yourself.
What does every director and actor say? It's all about the story.
Yes.
It's all about the writing. So do you think that maybe you'll be the tip of the spear on the Oppenheimer backlash?
Got a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's what I'm saying. This thing is being
10
universally...
10 out of 10 IGN, 5 out of 5 AV Club.
This thing is being universally lauded, and Bill is out there.
And I don't get it.
No, good for you. I want to see it.
I thought it was a bad movie, and everybody that I was watching it with was like, that was kind of a bad movie.
Now I want to go see it, just to see if it's as bad as you say.
Yeah, well.
I figured I'd be seeing it by myself, but last night Gwen was like, I'll go see Oppenheimer with you. I'm like, cool. Love to.
I just think there's a lot of hype about this movie, and then the whole, you don't got to see it in IMAX. That's especially since around here you don't even get the right 70 millimeter.
Right.
And that's such a nerd, film nerd type of thing where it's like 1080p versus 4K, Mary. If I tell you something 1080p or 4K, do you see any difference?
I know 4K is supposed to be better.
Well, but also it's not going to make the story better if the picture is bigger.
And again, I think the story's interesting. I was into
Well, then maybe you should have seen it on 70 millimeter.
I think the story was interesting. It's the way I kept getting interrupted by Christopher Nolan's style in this movie.
Yeah.
His tricks, his sound mixing was not good. And then just like the whole time jumping thing around, just tell stories in order. There's nothing wrong with that. And here's an example. When you watch the movie Saving Private Ryan, and they're storming the beach at Normandy, you're terrified.
It's one long tracking shot.
It's one long tracking shot, and you feel like you are on the beach with them, and it's like...
But didn't Nolan do that for Dunkirk?
He did that
He
for
had
Dunkirk.
long shots like that.
Yeah, but not in this movie. This movie, every shot, every scene felt like it was 30 seconds long. Like, everything was like, we should build a bomb. Okay, let's build a bomb. Well, don't build that bomb. We don't want to build that bomb. And then
It's a lot of arguing about bombs.
Yeah, and then Matt
Damon's
Damon's character is like this tough as nails general that just gets walked all over. He's like, we do things my way or the highway. Like, well, we already did. And he's like, okay, well, fine. Like, I'm like, what?
Wow.
I wasn't impressed the way other people are. And again, maybe it's because my expectations were so high that it was going to be this achievement in filmmaking that I thought it just fell incredibly short. And I don't think
if there had been more consensus on your opinion, then all of the reviews would be like, talk about a bomb.
Right.
But everybody's loving it.
But everybody loves it except
Well, now
for
I'm
me.
really excited to see it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that this gets you excited to see it.
No, I wanted to see it, but now I'm curious because I may walk out with the exact same opinion as you.
It's just...
But we'll find out, I guess.
And I don't know. It just seemed like anytime I was starting to get into the story, I was taken out of it by little things that Christopher Nolan was doing that were just like, yeah, it's a blockbuster. It's a big movie. And then I don't know. It didn't hit for me.
So
And
out
again,
of five,
like
out of 5, you give it what?
I give it a 2.
A 2 out of 5?
I'll give it a 1.
A 1 out of 5. All right.
I'll give it a 1. I'm going to stand by my 1.
I've got to take a break here. More colleague rants to get to. Bill is a big old no on Oppenheimer for him. And I'll have another $1,000 for you to win, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. That keyword is showing up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
Stereo podcast has released over 1,000 episodes and counting. Every week you can hear all things related to sports, music, film, interviews, politics, pop culture, The Real Housewives, Vanderpump Rules, all reality TV, and everything else in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
Going to have that $1,000 here for you in a couple of minutes. Next keyword courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. You get about 13 chances to win every single weekday, so this week and next. Plenty of opportunities if you've come up short thus far. Guardians are going for the sweep there in Pittsburgh. They wiped the floor with them again last night, 10-1. After an 11-1 win, it's 4-2 Cleveland now in the bottom of the 7th. They will take tomorrow night off, and then they'll be back here at home to host the Phillies over the course of the weekend. And you'll hear, of course, every crack of the bat, every inning, here on 100.7 WMMS. Hey, Nick.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I just want to talk to Bill about his Oppenheimer experience.
Yeah.
Yes. The last time I went to an IMAX movie, it was also at that Crocker Park location, and it was also a Christopher Nolan film, was Interstellar.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And that the sound mixing in that movie was so terrible as well. Like, there would be scenes where there's no dialogue between anybody, no music either, and there's just loud, pulsating bass.
Right.
And you could just hear the ceiling tiles just shaking and vibrating.
It's weird. It's almost as though Christopher Nolan's films aren't optimized for the theaters they're being shown in. There's a disconnect there between what the systems are in theaters and what he's doing.
But even if that's the case, like, as annoying as that aspect of it was, it wasn't the only thing that made me not enjoy the film. Like, there was a lot of aspects of that movie that I just was like, I get that you know so much about making movies, Christopher Nolan, but it wasn't a movie for me. And like I love going to the movies. I love watching movies. I'm very kind to movies. And the fact that this one was so hard for me and all my friends to sit through and just be like, this is a good movie, was just, and then these reviews that people are like, oh, it's so good and so magnificent, and it's this brilliant achievement in filmmaking, and I just don't see it because it's a courtroom drama that they made into some that they tried to make more interesting by I don't even know how to explain it.
Well, at least you've got Barbie to look forward to.
Yeah, I heard Barbie's good.
Well, if you like good movie experiences, do you ever go to see a movie in like an XD theater?
Yeah, they have them out at Valley View.
Yeah, I go to the one in Tinseltown in North Canton. Those are fantastic.
Mm-hmm. They keep trying to make those D-box theaters happen where the seat shakes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I don't need that. I'm not going to pay you $30 to get my ass all hot and then knocking the popcorn out of my bucket. Okay, thank you, Nick. I appreciate the call there. They give you $1,000 as a chance for you to grab some money, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Make sure you got your ears peeled for each and every one of these keywords because you can get some cash here. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Now, as I said, each one of my colleagues had their own complaints about something. Of course, Mary got all gussied up yesterday here on the show. If you were watching live, she looked like she hadn't gone home since incarceration and had decided to go out to Blossom because the Fall Out Boy show was out there last night. Sold out event.
It was crazy.
They haven't played here in 5 or 6 years.
Dude,
so
there was so
it looked fun.
For Fall Out Boy fans, and they had a whole coterie of opening bands with them. Did you see all the opening bands?
I did not because I was
You missed
busy.
Royal and the Serpent?
Yes.
Yeah.
They had Car, C-A-R-R,
Yeah.
Royal and the Serpent, and then Bring Me the Horizon.
That girl who fronts Royal and the Serpent is a very, very, a very unsettling looking woman.
I didn't
But
see
the
her.
band's kind of wild. So you got there because you left here. You jumped early. You got in the car. You go to Blossom. You missed the opening bands, or you were backstage doing something? Because you had purchased. So Mary dropped serious coin on the VIP. She's like, Fall Out Boy is my favorite band. I'm going to blow it out.
Yes.
I've never seen them before.
So I get to the venue at about 7. You have to pick up your VIP like special merch package and check in by 7:30. So I'm like, and it's like a mile hike. So I'm like running to make sure I get there on time.
How many people in the VIP?
Well, I will get there.
You tell you what. You tell you. Sorry.
I get to the check-in, and the girls could care less. They give you like your little merch bag, and they're like, okay, yeah, go that way. And the merch, the VIP merch, there's a picture on my story. It's a clear plastic like bag, okay? Because you can, like a concert bag. It has to be clear, So it's got their little Fall Out Boy logo on it, which I'm wearing the hoodie. It's like a half smiley face, half sad face. And then inside,
because sometimes they're happy and sometimes they're sad.
it's yin and yang,
I
but
got
with their
it.
own little version.
Yeah.
And then there's like the same smiley face on a coin that says so much for tour dust on the back. And then there's a keychain.
But not legal tender.
No, it's just like a metal coin. And then there's a keychain that says the same thing, the little smiley face on one side, so much for tour dust on the back. And
Sensing a pattern.
Then there's a VIP lanyard, exact same thing, Fall Out Boy VIP. The other side's a little smiley face. And then there's like I'm assuming it's like a sunglasses holder. I don't know what this item is. It's like a rectangle that's kind of soft leather. I can't imagine
Sounds like
anything
a
else
sunglasses holder.
to put in it. And then
But it didn't have sunglasses in it.
No. And then the last thing was a magic 8-ball. And I'm like, I'm looking at these items and I'm like,
Did you ask it if you got ripped off?
I did on my story. Yes, I said, was this VIP experience a complete waste of time? And in the inside, there's song lyrics, and one of the songs is "Hold Me Like a Grudge," and I was like, I absolutely will hold you like a grudge. So that was the merch package. That was like the exclusive. You're not going to find it anywhere else. Exclusive Fall Out Boy tour merch. Nothing you can. I mean, I guess you can wear the bag. So that's fine.
Well, the sunglasses holder seems like a great opportunity to put sunglasses
I'm
in
watching
there.
your story now. The
Wouldn't it be
VIP
nice?
lounge is so bad.
I know this is not me plugging my social media, but you need to see the video of what this quote VIP lounge was. Because first of all, no one at the venue knew it existed. You go to this area where it's like, hey, VIP check in here. And they're like, oh, you have to go down to the Huntington Pavilion. I was like, I don't think that's what this is, because that's like Blossom's VIP. This was Fall Out Boy's VIP, right? So they're like, no, go check in with them. So I go down to the Huntington Pavilion, which is like the regular VIP section. And they're like, no, that's not what this is. Go back to the tent you came from. So I go to a second tent that is like a VIP check-in. And they're like, oh, we haven't heard of this. We don't know what that is. So then I'm like confused. They're like, oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's like over down this way. So just walk. So I end up walking around this entire venue, like looking for where I'm supposed to be. Nobody has any answers as to where this section is.
Isn't it amazing the things that fall through the cracks for an industry that does this every day?
Yes.
That the band management isn't talking to the venue management, and that
one
nobody
knows anything.
And it happens all the time, and you're like, you guys do, like, this is all you do is you put on shows, and it's not even the venue's fault. It might be band management, but just the fact that these conversations are not part of the whole thing because you have people spending money.
Yes. So I finally find like this supervisor lady, and she has to go talk to a guy with a binder to figure out what type of VIP this is. So she puts me in a golf cart and drives me. So if you are on the lawn at Blossom with your back to the pavilion, so you're looking up the hill. A lot of people are familiar with Blossom. All the way at the top of the hill, in the far right corner, like way back hidden in the woods, is some weird pavilion. Okay, so she's like, here you go. And she like dropped me off, and I get there. And you can see the video at Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram. It is desolate. There are 2 other people there. A bartender, so it's like a cash bar. There is no bathroom that they promised. There is no food. Like, that's not there. And
Nobody else spent $400 for this.
No, because I asked the bartender. I was like, have you seen many people today? She goes, no, not at all. I said, did you guys like not sell any upgrades? She goes, no, we sold like 500 of these. So she's like, we should have seen at least some people coming through.
Gonna be a
Nobody
lot of
knew where
upset.
it was.
But that's the thing, is that it was like you could not see this or find this unless you knew exactly where you were going.
So, Alan, I remember we've been in this VIP lounge before when we went and saw Kid Rock.
Yes, that's right.
That's where this
way out there in the,
but
in the
it's
back
way
corner.
back
in the
there,
corner.
yeah.
Like if you don't know where you're going, I walked around the entire place and I couldn't find it.
It's like a pavilion kind of thing.
But it's hidden. It's hidden behind trees and stuff. So anyway, I finally get in there and I'm like, okay, cool. At least we'll have a weird hangout or something, or the food, or nope. There's a cash bar with like limited selection, no non-alcoholics, no nothing. And then they had like weird little like setups for you to take pictures, like photo opportunities, and then a couple like makeshift carnival games. I don't know what it was trying to be. It was trying to be like a carnival theme, but it was a huge miss, okay? And there was like 2 pissed off girls on their phones. Me and the bartender. Dude, I'm not joking.
Now,
when
how old was the crowd at this show?
My age. It was, I mean, there were definitely younger people, but I would say the majority of the people there were probably in their late 20s to
Like
early 40s.
their fan base from back in the day.
Yes, 100%. So I am livid at this point because I was already disappointed in the merch. And then I'm like,
At this point, you're representing the sad portion of the coin.
I'm so mad. I am so mad. I'm like, I cannot believe, because I had this experience with John Mayer where I was like, freaking, I buy these VIP packages and it comes with nothing. Like, what am I doing? There's no meet and greet. There's nothing. This is a letdown the second time in a row. Again, favorite artists, John Mayer, Fall Out Boy, Backstreet Boys. Those are my 3 favorites. I went for VIP for 2 of them. I've been disappointed twice. I'm like, I am never spending another $1 on any band type of VIP. Like, it's the biggest ripoff. The biggest ripoff.
I'm surprised you didn't know that. Like,
I've-
unless there is a meet and greet,
Never worth
VIP are always a ripoff.
Well, and you got to
Always.
think, too, because I was thinking about that. I was like, how does this keep happening to me? And I was like, I got sober in 2019, okay? So before 2019, every concert I saw, I was blackout drunk, okay? So it didn't matter where I was sitting. I was mostly alone. Whatever was cheapest, I'm there to black out, okay? So, and then pandemic happened. So there was no touring in 2020 or 2021. I'm like, so really, I'm going to concerts for the first time as a sober person who has a little bit of money that can spend on things like this.
Right.
So I learned my lesson. I will say that. I will never spend another $1 toward anything VIP again.
No.
Now.
Along the way, I've been to some pretty good VIPs, but you don't know which ones they are.
Not this one.
But again, unless there is a meet and greet, they're always a ripoff.
Yes.
I wonder what Blossom will be like when I go with my mother to see Pentatonics.
Not like this.
Well, you're not going to meet Pentatonics, are you?
So
And you didn't spend no $400.
They
on
might
it.
be working in the merch booth.
I
might have a plug, but I did not buy meet and greets. No.
Yeah.
So I'm pissed. I'm walking away from this VIP, and I don't even know what to do because there's
So
nowhere
how
to
many
go.
people end up? How long did you stand there, and how many people showed up? in that
None,
amount of
Alan.
time?
I'm not exaggerating.
just
I was
you.
there for like 20 minutes. There was 2 chicks just sitting aggravated, just as mad as I was, and then there were 3 people walking out when I walked in.
I wonder where all those people were. That
I
got
guarantee they could not find it. And they probably didn't have enough of patience to go and
But it's
ask.
not like Blossom is the size of Montana. I mean, if you walk around, you'll
I
find
could not
everything
find
that's
it. I walked around that entire venue and had to ask 3 separate people before they showed, because it's not off the
There was-
main drag.
well, but
it's
also-
like way in the back.
But there was no signage.
There was one like small like stand-up sign flag thing blowing in the wind. Anyway, so I'm pissed. I'm like, I don't know. I want to complain to somebody, but I bought the thing. So I'm like in my own head. And I run into Maya, who's on Jeremiah's show every now and then. And she looks at me and she
Because
goes,
he told me he was there.
yeah, they were there. So she goes, hey, what's going on? I'm like, dude, I am so mad right now. And I explained to her what happened. And she had an extra wristband for the actual VIP, like the Huntington VIP. That she was like, here, come take this. Let's go. And so I went down there and that was great. Now, all that being said, one of the best concerts I've seen. They put on an incredible show. They weren't moving around as much as I'm guessing they did 10 years ago. But It was fantastic.
Because Pat Stump put some LBs back on, didn't he?
He's a little chubbo.
Yeah.
He's a little chubby
He
guy.
got super skinny. When they got like white hot, he's like, oh, I better lose some weight so I can start banging some groupies.
Yeah.
And then he did. And then I think,
They're just like in their 40s now.
Yeah.
So there were a couple times where I'm like, this dude's out of breath. I'm out of breath singing because I don't work out, but he's like a rock star and he's as out of breath as I am. But he did a piano set in the middle. I tried to send you the audio, but it's just video on my phone. It's way too big. The piano set, he did like 3 or 4 songs just singing, and he sounded so good.
He's got a good voice.
Dude, I have chills thinking about it. I posted a picture on my Instagram, too, of me, like, physical chills all over my body. He's incredible. The
Did
piano
you cry?
set. I teared up. I did not cry. So they played 2 songs to open off their new album. And then they played like 6 or 7 songs in a row that were from their first 2 albums.
So the piano break was for him to catch his breath.
Yes. So those 6 or 7 are the heavier, like, banger ones. So they played like 7 straight songs of just bangers.
Now,
and
what exactly are their heavy songs?
Heavier than him sitting and playing at a piano.
Oh,
is what
well,
I'm saying.
okay. Yeah.
Like he's running around and singing and dancing, that kind of stuff. So they played like 7 old songs in a row, and I'm screaming, I'm sweating, I'm jumping around, I'm headbanging, I'm like going crazy. And then they played like 3 newer songs that I can truly say I've never heard a day in my life. And then he played this piano set where they covered Crazy Train, the beginning of that, Journey, and then they did 2 of their slower songs.
Crazy Train is part of the piano set?
It started as part of the piano set, and then it went in, like, the band joined him. It was really cool. The way that they did it was really cool.
So for your favorite band, you're not keeping up with them currently?
No.
Okay.
I realize that I've heard their, like, big hits over the last 5 or 6 years, but I haven't listened to a full album since probably 2012 or 2013.
Okay.
But yeah, they put on an incredible show. It was so much fun. Like, I was screaming and singing, and I was in like a really good seat. So it was like the pit and then the boxes.
Yep.
And then the next section was seats, and I was in that almost dead center. So the view was awesome. The band was phenomenal. They sounded great. Like, everything about the concert was fantastic.
But the TLDR is that you got ripped off for the VIP.
Off. I will never spend another dollar on VIP. Never. And honestly, if I was judging them harder, I came home and I was like, Brian was like, how was it? And I was like, 8.5 out of 10. And he's like, I'm showing him videos. I was like, doesn't he sound out of breath? Isn't it like hard to hear? Look at Pete's stupid guitar that's on fire. And Brian was just like, I think you're mad about the VIP. Because then I watched the videos again this morning. I was like, God damn, that was a really good show. Like, I was mad about VIP. Show, 10 out of 10. VIP,
Listen,
negative 100 out of 10.
Live music's fun, man. Even if
so good.
Even if a live show isn't that great, you're like, yeah, I had a good time. I mean,
There
what do you
was a
want?
girl next to me when we were saying how there's going to be other people who came by herself, 19 years old. She had never seen them before. Her and I were losing our minds. We were rocking out together. But it was funny because I'm screaming and freaking out at the old stuff, and then it like swapped, and she was screaming and headbanging at all the newer stuff. So it was like a fun... Well, no, we were like hanging out. We were vibing. We were having a good time.
I wondered how many, because I saw some of the photo slides that Cleveland.com put up, and I wondered how many moms were bringing their daughters to follow.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was the concert, phenomenal. Do not ever spend $1 on a VIP upgrade if it doesn't include meet and greet.
Yeah.
Next time I was like, you know what? I'm gonna skip this. I'm gonna get the VIP parking. That's $100.
Get the
And then
MIP.
We'll get the very
The
important
mildly
person.
important
Oh.
person. Get that.
I'm gonna get the
You'll be
super,
less bummed out.
I'm gonna get the expensive parking, and I'm gonna get in the pit, like flat out. Spend the same amount of money and have a much better experience.
Yes, the parking is always worth its weight in gold.
Do not buy VIP. But Fall Out Boy is a very, very good band. That's the long and the short of it.
All right. I got to take a break. Only one remaining colleague rant to go from Poundcake.
Boys in a doozy.
It's the worst one, I think.
Get ready for some dark stuff, boy. So we'll break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to watch live, you can at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
the deals in the Meyer app.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Who's helping out in the video department today? Lubba DeMonkey is helping out. Well, fantastic. I like that a lot. A little bit later on, by the way, our own Bill Squire is going to be talking to Tyler Stewart of the Barenaked Ladies. More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with the Barenaked Ladies. Who are going to be playing Blossom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Blossom
this
on
Friday
night with Delamitri.
When I did this interview, I still had a girlfriend.
Yeah, this was a few weeks back.
Yeah, this is back in May.
Delamitri and who? Fastball or one of those 90s bands?
Five for Fighting.
Five for Fighting. Mm-hmm. All right. And the show is going to be out at Blossom on Friday night, and Bill's a big Barenaked Ladies fan. So I said, well, you talk to him. So we will hear that shortly. Also hear a brand new Poundcake sports break a little bit later on. But as we close our trio of my colleagues' rants, Bill, 1 out of 5 on Oppenheimer. Mary got screwed with the $400 VIP package
Great
at
concert,
Fallout
though.
Boy. The concert, 5 out of 5?
10 out of 10. Oh, out of 5? 8 out of 8.
Well,
out of 5.
I think it's the same, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no,
10
the
out of 10,
concert,
5 out of 5, however you want to do it.
Whoever's responsible for the VIP sucked.
Right.
Fall Out Boy, fantastic.
And finally, our own Cody Allen, helpful Poundcake Brown, has his own concern about something.
Yes, I was very annoyed, and everyone else was ranting, and I felt left out. So Sunday, I went grocery shopping because I'm trying to make better choices, trying to eat healthier, trying to drop some pounds. And, I just go to the vegetable aisle, the lettuce. I grabbed, some salad, unopened. So this was Sunday.
This is a bagged salad.
Bagged salad, but I could either eat it with a salad, or I could just use the lettuce as a chicken wrap or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I mix it up, but regardless, this was unopened since Sunday, and the expiration date I think was or it didn't even really have. It said Best Buy, so that's not necessarily an expiration date. It's just saying it's Best Buy this date.
It's a suggestion.
Yeah, so I think the expiration date, the Best Buy was the 18th, so that was yesterday. Why do I open it today? Because I used the other lettuce that I had. I open it today, and it's brown and it's soggy, and it was unopened. Why does lettuce go bad so fast? That's really annoying and
you gotta
very
know,
wasteful.
Again, all I would say is, just as Mary is coming late to you're always getting ripped off with the VIP passes. Bagged salads, man, you have maybe 18 hours on those. I mean, I'm serious. We go through a lot of bagged salads at Casa Cox, and when you get them, you cannot let them sit. I don't care if they're in the crisper. I don't care. Those things are not airtight. And if you're going to get a bagged salad, you better be eating it either for dinner or for lunch the next day.
It really
It's a
annoys
ticking
me.
time bomb when you put one of those in because they're not cheap.
No.
And I would venture that most people give them more time than they should, and then they pull them out and throw them right in the garbage.
It's really a toss-up, though.
They get all slimy and gross.
For sure.
It's really a toss-up because I've had the actual shredded lettuce that's used for tacos or wraps or whatever you want to do with them, and sometimes those last a bit longer. But this one was actual salad that it had the little croutons in there and the Caesar salad or whatever. So I feel like that would be a lot crispier than it was. But no, it was brown.
No, because
what
will happen is the croutons will absorb the moisture from the vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have soggy.
But they're in a separate bag.
Oh, a separate bag.
Separately bagged. So I was even more. But yeah, didn't you open them? I guess they're not airtight. But
those are $11 too, right? Like a bag salad.
I think my boyfriend bought it. But still.
Well, what are you complaining for?
Because had I bought it, I would have been really.
Had I bought it. So you're co-opting his financial pain.
Had you bought Mary's VIP thing, you'd been really mad about that too.
Had Poundcake seen Oppenheimer, he wouldn't have known who he was, and he would have loved the movie.
But Mary's
Imagine if they
situation-
did a movie in IMAX about Frederick Delano Roosevelt. Think about that.
Heard that on the way down.
Poundcake would have been really upset about that.
But Mary's situation, I understand that that's very aggravating for her, but I can't even fathom that happening to me because that's so out of my frame of thinking. I would never buy, again, Celine Dion, I knew I was going to go to that concert, but it was a fluke that I got floor seats. Like, I was perfectly fine with being in the building and having those nosebleed seats because I had to see her. She's like one of my last living legends that still performs. So I didn't care. I got lucky. With Ariana Grande, I wanted to see her, still had nosebleeds. I don't think I could splurge. I don't have that type of money. And because of situations like what Mary experienced, I don't have anything tangible to remember. I didn't eat anything. I didn't drink anything for free. The picture, I didn't get a picture. And the toys, I'll lose those.
Yeah, they are toys. You know what it very much felt like?
they'll
It felt
break.
like when you take your kid to the arcade and you spend $200
Yes.
and they come home with a Chinese finger trap.
It's
and I'm
the
like,
it's
that's
the
exactly
goodie
what it
bag
is.
that your kid gets at a birthday party.
Yeah.
And it goes right in the garbage on your way out of the venue.
Yeah, when I spend that type of money, I have to justify it in my brain. Otherwise, I can't. My brain won't let me spend it. As weird as that sounds, I have to justify it to myself. A vacation, I'm like, Cody, you don't go anywhere. You're poor. Like, you have a hookup with your your friends are putting you up. You deserve a vacation. And if I justify it in my head, I can do it. But that, because I grew up poor and I never got to go to any concerts.
Well,
until,
so did Mary, but the point is that she's in a position where she could splurge on a couple of shows, and so she did, and I think anybody would do that. I'm just
For
saying...
your two favorite artists.
Right. All I'm saying is
I
that...
would do it if it was meet and greet.
If there's no meet and greet, it's always a ripoff.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
sometimes it's a ripoff with the meet and greet because it's like... It's an assembly line because there's so many people. They just dip their head in. Quick thing, people who've never gone to a meet and greet before, they think they're going to be standing around with the band rather, and, chopping it up. It's like, no, they're going to come in, say hi, shake your
Not
hand,
like
and
Wayne's
they are
World.
out. Exactly.
Yeah, I have to make it worth it for myself. I'm like, I need 2 free drinks. Like, at least I need some drink tickets. I need a bathroom. I want, a guided walk through the park. I want to, get on the golf cart. Like, I need things to make it okay in my mind. Otherwise, I can't do it. So maybe.
Well, your
maybe I'll
ROI on
change.
experiences is always going to be better than one on things.
Yeah,
So,
and that's how I justify it. I'm like, I can fly Spirit if I'm staying a week somewhere. I think Frontier and Spirit are the only American Airlines, but I don't think I paid for those tickets either. That was to Jamaica. But
So you're upset about a lot of things that you haven't spent money on.
No, I'm happy that I didn't spend the money on those things because I still got my experience for cheap. Like Spirit, anytime I fly somewhere to visit my friends, it's usually on Spirit or Frontier, the 2 cheapest airlines. Anytime I fly American Airlines or United or whatever, I think they're the same company, someone else has probably bought that ticket or we got it at a discount and I'm riding with someone.
Alan, on the subject of bag salads, think of the time it takes to process those. They are already old once they hit the store.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we grow cabbage and lettuce in our garden. So it's like, but if you want like a bag with like arugula and all this different stuff in it, they're not cheap, but you cannot let those sit.
When we were texting earlier today, because I didn't have any service last night, so Bill texted the group chat, and it was like, Oppenheimer sucked. And then this morning, I text back to the group chat, and I was like, I also would like to complain on air today. And then Cody was like, yeah, why'd lettuce go bad so fast? And I was like, I lost $400. Bill lost 3 hours of his life. Now that we know, Cody got this lettuce for free.
But also, his is the most relatable.
I guess.
Why does lettuce go bad so quickly? Just buy a head of lettuce, put it in a gallon Ziploc, and you're good to go. Now, there's zero nutritional value to it, but, get a thing of spinach, seal it up. You take the bag salad out, put it in a Ziploc bag, and seal it up. Ron and Willoughby, Alan, the good classic good news, bad news. Let Bill know the good news that Barenaked Ladies concert film is coming. The bad news is it's being directed by Christopher Nolan. Well, you won't hear any.
As soon as they start singing, he's going to go, a boom.
Yeah, you won't hear any of the onstage patter in the Christopher Nolan.
It's been.
That was the other thing I wanted to say. that I loved about Fall Out Boy. They played 28 songs last night.
Yeah, when their songs are all 2.5 minutes long, you can do that.
Well, their songs are like usually between 3 and 4, which is great. But remember Rise Against, who played 8 songs in 2 hours?
Talk a lot.
So that's what I loved. Is
Rise
that
Against is an inherently political band.
They're
and so
annoying.
you're going to get a lot with that. But
But
Fall Out Boy's there to have a good time.
Yeah, they would go like 6 songs, break, say a couple things, little back and forth, yada, yada, 7 more songs, break. Hey, here we're doing this. We're going to do a piano set. The longest amount of time being spoken was before Patrick did his piano set. And that was maybe 3 minutes.
Did they
It's
say anything
why. What?
Did they say anything about meeting me in 2004 in
No,
Columbus?
they don't like you.
They don't. You don't know that.
Did they say anything about meeting me?
In 2004 in Columbus when they were opening for Mest.
Yeah, they're Mest. That's why I love 80s live metal albums, because the patter in between is just about heavy metal, right?
Yeah.
I was mowing the lawn last weekend, or I forget when it was. With all the rain we were getting, I felt like I was mowing my friggin' lawn every 48 hours. But I was mowing the lawn one day, and I was listening to Judas Priest live. This is from the late 80s, I think. And Rob Halford, who's been on this show many times over the years, and I love him to death, big Judas Priest fan. But his patter in between is all about the metal, and it's all very reptile brain. There's no subtext. It's a lot of like telling you what the next song is.
Yeah.
This is a song off of a Disturbing the Peace album called.
Yeah.
You know, and then they launch it and everybody goes nuts. And then they play the song. And then there's like a little bit of, you know, they have a song called Breaking the Law, obviously.
Breaking the law,
That's right. And going into Breaking the Law, he's like, oh, how you metal maniacs do. And everybody goes crazy. And he goes, here's one you might remember. It's called Breaking the What?
Yeah,
and everybody
that's
goes,
great.
oh, Breaking the What?
I love
so
that.
That's what it should
stupid,
be.
Yeah.
but I love it. Just telling
It's
you
on
what
topic.
the song. Here's a song for you might remember. Like everybody there knows every song, and so they're just toying with them. Here's a song you might remember
love
from
that.
1985. Breaking the What? And they go the law. Breaking the what?
My complaint
I love
about
The sugar, we're going what?
down. We're going down.
Thanks for the what? The memories. Thanks for the what?
Dance. What?
Um,
And those are the songs I know.
the complaint I will say about the live performance, Pete Wentz is a weirdo, dude. I don't know what his deal is.
You know you have an ugly band when Pete Wentz is the heartthrob.
He
by
grew
the
his
way.
hair out, so he's got his long Jesus hair. Most of the concert, he just wore like a big, giant, like down to his knees hoodie.
Like a garbage
with
bag.
the hood up and just stood still and played. And if he did move, he would just kind of like saunter around. He wasn't like rocking out at all. And then when he would get on the mic, this man has been in bands for what, 30 years?
Long time.
He kept his hand over the top of the microphone and he would talk like this into the mic.
Doing the Eliza Schlesinger.
But I'm like, dude, you've been in bands your
Probably not
whole
him.
life.
It's probably like a body double.
Okay.
Or AI.
A body double.
But I'm like,
him.
Pete Wentz is the guy who discovered BB Rexa.
Yeah?
He had a side project years ago,
He had
and
a
he
side
needed a
piece.
singer, and he picked BB Rexa out of obscurity. And then she went on to do her own thing.
Well, he didn't know how to use the microphone. He'd be like, we released our first album 20 years ago. Sir. And then the one time he adjusted, he like moved his hand down, said a sentence, and then has put his hand right back over the top. And I'm like, what are you doing? Are you being a weirdo on purpose? Because you're annoying me, you know? But
If only he had
That caught me off
known
guard.
that he was annoying a VIP ticket holder.
What's the drummer's name?
Joe is the other guitarist. I don't think I know the
Andy, I
drummer's
think,
name.
is the drummer.
Because he's the one that my friend was friends with, and that's why I met them. And I remember him
Yeah, Andy Hurley.
being like a skinny little nerdy dude, and now he's like, he looked really good behind the drums.
Yeah.
He looked
Well,
kind of jacked.
So I asked Brian.
The drummer is the most like metal dude out of all of
Yes.
them. He was in like a metal thing with like like some dudes from Anthrax. I forget what the project was called, but he's like a metal dude.
I
So
asked
part of
Brian-
him's just got to just die playing for that band.
No, he's having fun. He's
Well,
making
he's
lots and
he's
lots
a
and
millionaire,
lots of
of
money.
course. But also there's a
And
part of you that
pop
goes,
punk
Jesus.
is not hard to play.
No,
so,
I know, but it's you got to have stamina, and it's
I asked Brian, I was like, why? And other than you, Ellen, I asked Brian, I was like, why do most drummers look like you? Why are drummers all tatted up sitting shirtless behind a drum kit. He goes, I don't know, man. It's just like what we do. I was like, I feel like all of this type of like.
Well, you get hot. You're the one right under the lights.
Yeah.
That's why they all have fans. You're doing cardio the whole time,
But they're all tatted. I feel like drummers always have their shirt off and are always covered in tattoos. Or maybe that's just band guys in general.
Probably band guys in general.
I'm focusing on drummers now more than I'm with Brian. I've never paid attention to a drummer before I was with him.
Well, Hurley's the only one who stayed straight edge, by the way. Fall Out Boy for a while, like early on, was a straight edge band. And I think he's the only one who stayed in it.
Yeah.
So when they get him talking about stuff, he's like, people who kill animals should get the death penalty, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, it was a great show.
Yeah, I feel you guys are having a good time right now, am I right? All right, yeah. I tell you, we're gonna stick with pretty still for a while. This next song, I'm sure you know real well, contains the word "the law." And the title, you know what I'm talking
Contains
about.
the word law.
Back in the walls. Back in the wall.
That's what you want. The break of the woods. This one contains the word law in it. It also contains the word breaking. It also contains the word the. Oh, what a great band. Well, anyway. Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
What's going on, Kelly?
Hi. I want to apologize to Mary because I wanted to warn her yesterday about the VIP package she purchased. Because I used to work there and I know exactly where she was at, and I know.
Oh, good for you.
Bad for Mary. I really wanted to warn her, but I didn't want to, rain on her parade.
You should have warned me. I would have sold my ticket and bought a pit pass.
But
This is
I
your
knew
fault,
that you
Kelly.
love the band. I saw why. Hey, believe me. I wanted to warn you, but you look so good, and your black lipstick, and you're all dressed up. You look so awesome, and you were so excited, and I didn't want to, show you the light of how that fucking place works.
All right, there you go. I've got to take a break here. Breaking the what? The dump button. Breaking the what?
FCC regulation.
Breaking the what?
FCC regulation.
Okay. Hey, you want to join us for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango? It's the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. We're going out end of next month, Saturday the 26th, out on the lake on the Nautica Queen. But you got to win your way on. It's brought to you by Bud Light and WMMS. So we'll hand off those passes coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather
on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, we return to the lake after a 3-year hiatus, the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, we're calling it. We're going to head out back on the Nautica Queen with WMMS and Bud Light on Saturday, August 26th. Fun afternoon cruise. We'll all hang out. Matitude will be spinning for you. Zipping around Lake Erie. You got to win your way on, though. WMMS.com. Hit the contest page if you're striking out with me on the air. It'll give you all the ways that you can win. I'll tell you about a couple of ticket stops I'm going to be making over the next few weeks. But right now, just concern yourself with being caller 10, and you and a pal will join us on the cruise next month. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The poor air quality. Oh, the air quality is bad?
It's bad.
That's been a complaint about this thing for a decade.
The more exposure folks have,
The Alan Cox Show.
the more likely it is that they'll be sick.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got another $1,000 for you in about 5 or 6 minutes. About 30 past every hour, you get a shot to grab some money. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie this weekend. Next are going to be your last handful of days to get some of that cash. So don't sleep on the words when they come through. Bill is going to be talking to Tyler Stewart of the Barenaked Ladies. In about a half an hour, they are doing a show on Friday at Blossom. Alan, did Bill know Mest is playing the Winchester on Friday?
Oh, I can't go. I'm going to Barenaked Ladies. But that's kind of cool.
What a dilemma.
I didn't know that they were still out there doing it.
Oh, Mest, that's a band. They're a suburban Chicago band. Mest is from the far south side. This is a band who got going in the mid-'90s and then broke up and then reunited for like a year. 15 years ago, and then said, we're doing one final tour. Mest Heads. Is that what they were called? Were you fans called Mest Heads? Probably.
Mester Nesters.
Mester Nesters. Lights out, Mester Nesters. We're going on one last tour.
What was their... They had like one song that played on MTV.
A hit for Mest?
Yeah.
I don't know. Drawing Board? Cadillac?
Cadillac.
All right. Well, anywho, they're playing the Winchester on Friday night.
I forget how it goes.
Cadillac, you're in my Cadillac. It's not a sack. It's a Cadillac.
Come on out.
Get in my ride. It's a Cadillac.
4 doors. How many tires?
Mester
Alan?
Nesters, a car in the trunk.
To the party like my name is Emilio.
Yeah, there's kind of a thematic similarity there.
How many wheels are on a Cadillac?
Hard to say. You mean how many are in the trunk? Are you including the one in the trunk?
Yes.
There's always one in or on the trunk. How many wheels on a Cadillac? It's a good question.
2 wheels.
Only 2. Well, because these guys were going, so they were Dukes of Hazzarding it, right? Yeah. Well, the joke's on you because the band Mest misspelled their name. How do you like them apples? These guys are so stupid, they couldn't even spell it right. Al and I was at the show last night at Blossom, and Mary's right. I couldn't understand a single thing Pete Wentz was saying.
I don't understand how, if you've been in bands for 30 years, how you don't know how to use a microphone, or if you're just being annoying on purpose.
Chad in Cuyahoga Falls says that Bring Me the Horizon put on a way better show than Fall Out Boy did.
They are streamy and not
yes,
my type.
That is a different vibe. Bring Me the Horizon is a band that can't quite figure out what they want to be. And I think that's working against them because they could be a huge, huge band. Because they definitely have a fan base, but they're kind of all over the place. Oh, the fans are called Mesticles, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Well, Bill still calls himself a Mester Nester.
Yeah, I'm not a real hardcore Mest fan.
Yeah. I heard from people, listeners of ours who live in Tremont. See what happened in Tremont overnight?
No.
40 cars got broken into. Somebody was just driving.
So Tremont.
What's that?
Well, Tremont when I used to live there.
Well, yeah, when we first
2006.
when we first moved to Tremont is like the one neighborhood that hasn't changed. Like they keep building new condos and trying to put things in there, but the neighborhood hasn't changed. When we first moved to Cleveland, we just needed a place to live. We didn't know anything about anywhere. And people were like, "Oh, live in Tremont." So we got a place at those the Tremont Lofts. It's an old Bible factory that they retrofitted. So the layouts are all real weird and whatever. We had a 2-story apartment in those Tremont Lofts. Right there at Jefferson and 7th is where we lived. And that's exactly where people were driving around just smashing windows out of cars. So people are like walking out to find their car, because it's all street parking. I mean, when we lived at the Tremont Lofts, we parked in a lot that was like gated in, but anybody, if they wanted to, could jump the gate. It's not like it was electrified or something, but most people there are parking on the street. And people were just walking out to find their windows smashed in their driveways, on the street. Car alarms going off around 4:30 this morning. And witnesses said they saw at least 3 vehicles just going down the road, smashing out car windows.
For the heck of it.
For the heck of it.
For work, put the backpack on, walked out to the car, and noticed that the window was smashed. And really, I looked around, and there were 3 others on the street that were smashed in as well.
Morgan Pasick, just one of 39 car break-in victims in Tremont early Tuesday morning.
It's a little frustrating, obviously, because you have to go through all the solutions to try to secure your car and belongings, and you're a little violated, right?
Cleveland police say around 4:30 a.m., witnesses reported hearing a blaze of car alarms going off, and at least 3 vehicles
going off?
Going off.
Yeah, and so the wide shot that they show you is the front of the Tremont Place Lofts where we used to live. Our window looked right out over Jefferson Avenue, and right there at that intersection is where they were smashing. It's like the tree house is back there, and that's like Professor in 7th. But yeah, Tremont is weird because when we lived in Tremont for a year, and then we just moved one neighborhood over and lived in Ohio City for about 5 years before we moved out to the burbs. And Ohio City's got its problems too, to be sure. But they seem to have made some progress in some directions. Tremont, they're still trying to gentrify that neighborhood, boy, and people are fighting tooth and nail. But that would not be any fun whatsoever. You walk, and obviously that could happen anywhere. But to walk out and like your windows just smashed in.
So were they
like
weren't
Beavis and
stealing
Butthead
things.
playing frog baseball? What's that?
They weren't stealing things, they were just damaging cars.
That's what it sounds like. I mean, if people see cars driving around just smashing windows, it's not like they're looking to see what's in the car. They're just going smash, smash, smash. Smash, smash, smash.
Smash.
Smash. Mary didn't cry at Fall Out Boy. But there is a guy who tried to set the Guinness record for the longest cry, and he went blind.
Oh! No. I thought that only
Trying-
happened if you sat too close to the TV.
Or if you masturbate incessantly.
Well, that's a
They
Jesus
told us in
thing.
Catholic school. It really is. A man named Tembu Ebere, this is a guy in Nigeria, who was trying to attempt the Guinness World Record for the longest cry, even though he never contacted Guinness. So it doesn't count. Why wouldn't you do that? You got to file some paperwork with Guinness, right? And all the main records have been set, like tallest, fattest, whatever, you know. They probably can't even do fattest anymore, can they?
I don't know.
The world record book probably went woke. And now they can't have fattest anymore. But you got to have stuff like, oh, most balloons popped by your dog in 45 seconds, like dumb crap like that, because the more organic ones
Honestly,
have been set.
Guinness World Records sound a lot like baseball stats. Like, because they are like the most balloons popped by a German Shepherd under the age of 2 in
Oh, you mean like the
45
weirdo
seconds.
stats in sports?
But I
yeah.
feel like in baseball, they're always throwing out stats like that, where they'll be like, Josh Naylor is the first person on the Guardians to have made a catch 3 times in a row from exactly 3 feet from the base since 1964.
He's the first brunette to play in Cleveland.
Right.
Well,
They're
even the
just
things
so
like home runs
specific.
is such a silly stat in Major League Baseball because every single baseball park has different dimensions.
Yes.
So things
not
that would be
uniform.
home runs in some places wouldn't be home runs in other places, and it's such a weird thing. And then people put so much into what, like, the guy that hits the most home runs when not every you go to a different stadium would it be a home run.
What stadium?
I don't understand why they don't make that. Why they never made that
a uniform thing?
Yeah, uniform thing.
Right. Yeah, because Hammy and Rosie will tell you how far to the outfield wall.
Yeah.
Based on what stadium they're at. I wonder what stadium has the nearest wall.
I think it's
to home plate.
The new Yankee Stadium.
Is it?
Yeah.
Here's this guy trying his world record, even though he never filed paperwork with Guinness for the longest try. I mean, that's not annoying at all, is it?
That sounds like he's getting the spirit.
Some 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio.
Talking to snakes, right?
With 2 very bad knees and a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God that the dream came true.
It does fit, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's like a tent revival going on there.
It
Well, it
really
is
is.
Nigeria. So they're just looking for things to do over there. I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance to grab some money from the Buzzard Bookie, and I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Tropicana Field, I guess, is pretty short. They said Tropicana, Great American Ballpark, and Minute Maid Park. And then
So
Fenway-
Cincinnati?
Yeah.
And where's Tropicana? Florida?
I think that's Florida, but I think Tropicana Field is Tampa. I think Minute Maid is Miami.
Okay.
I think.
Hey, Woody.
Alan.
What's up, man?
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Mary.
Hey.
Hey, I guess about the statisticians with baseball facts, and I think now they're just so quick and so fast with the computer. But I think back in the day when a baseball announcer could just recall that off the cusp, with eidetic memory, some baseball people just knew what Babe Ruth batting average.
Yeah,
was,
some of those guys were possessed of a beautiful mind, but most of them are also sitting there with a big binder of stuff, so they can they know where the information is. But now, they've got programs that can bring up the stats for them.
Yeah, it was amazing back when I was a young man and you were a young man. I mean, some of these baseball announcers just had some really that was all they had probably, but they could recall stuff just off the cuff, which was pretty amazing, as opposed to just now it's just right in their computer screen.
Yeah, Woody, I think I was a younger man more recently than you, though, right?
By a couple of years, I do believe, and a couple bottles of Grey Goose.
How old are you now?
I am. Good Lord, I am. I'm gonna be 55 in August.
55 in August.
Retire,
Okay. What's
I'm
that?
getting ready to retire, brother. I'm getting ready to retire.
Retire at 55. Wow, well done.
Well, I'm going to retire from roofing. I'm done roofing. I'm going to go out and find another.
Woody's going to
job,
get into
obviously.
porn, I heard. He's going to start an OnlyFans, and he's going to live up to that nickname.
Yeah, grandpa stuff. I don't know. It'll be
Right.
weird, man.
He's a gilf. Okay. Well, August 15th, is that when you turn 55?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah. All right. Well, happy early birthday, Woody, if we don't see you.
All right, brother. Yeah, hey, have a great day. I'll talk to you
All
soon.
right, there you go. There's Woody. I mentioned it at the end of the show yesterday because I had completely forgotten, but it was just me and Poundcake because Bill and Mary had left. Yesterday was Rick's birthday. Our friend Rick, who called many, many years, and then, of course, he died in February of last year, and we had to do no small amount of detective work to figure out what happened. But Rick would have been 69 years old yesterday. And so I always like to acknowledge Rick because we love when he called, and we liked when we heard from him.
You say either, I say yo. You say neither, and I say either. And either. Tell me about it. Let's call the whole thing off. Yes, you like potato, and I like. Wow. You like tomato, and I like. What's wrong with the Cavalier? Potato. Yeah, right. Tomato. Wow. Let's call the whole thing off.
Oh, yeah. Love Rick.
Alan, you guys were talking about Amazon Prime Day, and I gotta say, it is the biggest scam that Amazon runs. So my mom wanted to get a TV on Prime Day. I looked at the TV that I'd purchased a couple months ago for $329. And on Amazon Prime Day, it said original price, $525. Amazon Prime Day price, $339. Yeah, the original price is $329. 95% of the stuff that I looked at that I regularly buy was claimed to be marked down exponentially, but in reality was not.
I didn't buy anything on Prime Day, but again, don't forget, Amazon is not in the business of losing money or giving you things on the cheap. They're just jacking up the prices and then cutting them back a little bit and going, hey, look, we're giving you this for next to nothing. It's a volume business. Mary spent a couple $100 over there on Prime Day.
Yeah, but mine were actual real deals. Like I ordered.
Oh, she got the real deals.
Oh, man. Why didn't you send out a newsletter?
Off on this one. No, I mean, I get what he's saying, and I've heard people say that before, but like a pair of I bought 2 or 3 pair of workout shorts that are normally like $22 a piece, and they were like $15 a piece. And then I bought a couple sports bras that are normally around that $25. And
do they have it set up so that your order, do you have to spend a certain amount of money to get those deals?
No, you just have to be a Prime member.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a lot of people are beginning to ask if being a Prime member is worth it because they keep raising that rate. I mean, I am. We have been for a long time. I still don't know what it gets you because, like, the shipping isn't as fast as it used to be. And it's not like they're getting you. It's not. You still got to rent stupid movies on Prime Video for $19. So I don't know what it gets you anymore. But that guy
it's just the free shipping.
Yeah, but...
And it's like free Prime 2-day shipping or whatever.
It used to be, but then you get an email that goes, oh, we can't get it there in 2 days. We'll get it to you in 4 days. Well, then what am I paying for? I mean, if that's what you're paying for, because it goes up every year. It's like $130 now. And, I mean, what are you missing out on if you just have regular Amazon?
I don't know.
I mean, anything you need immediately, you would go to the store and get.
Not necessarily.
Oh, yeah?
Because they have stuff that'll deliver same day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like order this by 10 a.m.
Yes,
and you'll get it by 2 p.m.
it's at Whole
today.
Foods. No. Anytime you order, like I order a lot of like this particular bottled water, and they'll come overnight. Yeah, because they're shipping it from Whole Foods. But if it's something that's coming from one of their fulfillment warehouses from someone else, it ain't going to get there in 24 hours.
I've had stuff like that where I've ordered it in the morning and it's there by the afternoon.
Yes, I've done that.
What kind of stuff, though? Like toiletries or grocery stuff?
No, it's more just... Let me see what...
So they had it. So they probably had it out
like
at the old
clothes
Randall
and
Park
stuff?
Mall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got
Yes,
it. Yeah.
Randall Park Mall.
Well, isn't that where the fulfillment center is?
There's one in Lakewood.
The
too,
old
I
Randall
believe.
Park Mall?
There's a bunch of them now.
All right.
I think there's one in Lakewood.
Let me take a break here. Bill is going to talk to Tyler Stewart of the Barenaked Ladies on the way back. They are doing a big show out at Blossom on Friday night, and he's a big fan, so we'll chat with him. We're going to get a Poundcake sports break a little bit later on, too. And another chance for you to grab yourself $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So be listening for those keywords as they come along.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I don't know what the dentist is doing with all these x-rays they're always taking.
And now they just don't do the x-rays. Now they have the 3D scan one that goes around your head. You have to bite on this thing and hold these handles and stare at yourself, and this thing wraps around
Hold the
your head.
handles and bite down? That
Yes,
sounds...
that's seriously what you do.
Sounds like a weird Friday night at Charlie's. Bend over and...
Hang on.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Lease a 2023 Toyota Tacoma SR 4x4 double cab for $309 per month from Classic Toyota in Menor. Shop Classic Toyota online at driveclassictoyota.com.
36-month lease. Financing through only 10,000 miles per year. $2,995 due at signing plus taxes and fees. The approved credit expires 7/31/23.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,037 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution to lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31.
Finding a good show to watch is harder than finding a match on a dating app who actually looks like their photos.
What? That's totally me.
Uh-huh. You need Prime Video. You can add over 100 streamers, like Max for And Just Like That, a new chapter of Sex and the City, in the same place you watch the new season of The Summer I Turned Pretty. Prime Video. It's the one app to unite them all. Prime membership and Max subscription required. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/Amazon Prime.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie.
You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
The LASIK Vision Institute wants to know, what big expenses do you have coming up?
The mechanic said I really need new tires.
Our water heater busted.
Cooper has to have surgery. Again.
No matter what you have going on, you can still afford LASIK.
Really?
At the LASIK Vision Institute, LASIK's all we do. So we can provide amazing pricing and discounts that others just can't.
Okay, but what I really can't afford is a long recovery.
LASIK only takes minutes, and most patients are back to normal activities the next day.
Wow.
The LASIK Vision Institute can give you new vision without getting in the way of your life. So take advantage of our special offer now.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation with the experts in LASIK and visit GetLVILASIK.com now. That's GetLVILASIK.com. Amazing vision, amazing price. Must mention this promotion to be treated in July of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at GetLVILASIK.com.
Hello, bedbugs. I have some bad news. We've been feasting off this family for days, but they've discovered us, and they called Bedbug Barbecue.
No, not the best bedbug exterminators.
They found them at bedbugbbq.com.
Now we're gonna be a bedbug BBQ.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Introducing new frozen lemonade Starbucks Refreshers beverages. Try one of 3 blends of sweet fruit flavors, real fruit pieces, and lemonade to savor every sip of summer. Order yours in the Starbucks app.
Summer is underway at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario, so gear up with the navy and red baseball collection from Cleveland Clothing. And check out their vintage Buzzard tee collection. Use the promo code HOT20 for 20% off now through the end of July when you order online or in-store. ClevelandClothing.com.
It pays to listen. Open your free iHeartRadio app and listen to this station to be entered to win $5,000. Each day you come back to listen on the iHeartRadio app is another entry. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win. Download the free iHeartRadio app for access to winning like never before.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia Bedford's got what you need. Lease a new 2023 Kia Seltos LX for just $239 a month for 24 months. You heard it, $239 a month. Get what you need at the all-new Kia Bedford on the Bedford Auto Mile.
K-O-B-E, Kia at Bedford.com.
Lease to KMF for well-qualified leases with approved credit. 10,000 miles per year. $34.95 due at signing plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer expires 7/31.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants, like lemongrass and geraniol, and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, Gordon Gano and the Violent Femmes are back out on the road and coming to play for you, Cleveland, Ohio. You go far enough back with the Femmes and you're going to have a great time. So if you want to go see them, the show is Monday, October the 9th at the Masonic Temple. Info, tickets, everything else, MasonicCleveland.com. 2 for the Violent Femmes. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Stop.
35192 if you want to send me a text for something. If you want to watch live, you can do it at AlanCoxShow.com. With the assistance of Lubba da Monkey today. And he was a running back for the Oilers back in the day, right? Bill's going to be talking to Tyler Stewart of the Barenaked Ladies here in a few minutes. They are doing a show on Friday night out at Blossom with Delamitri and Five for Fighting. Are they all Canadian bands?
I don't know.
I just remember Five for Fighting had like one hit. It was like a guy who took a band out with him. And no, he's from L.A., and then Delamitri had a handful of hits. And they are Scottish. They're from Glasgow.
They have one of my favorite songs, which is
Roll to Me.
God, it's so fun. It's like 2 minutes long.
It's a great song.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
That's my karaoke song that's for me. No one else likes it. But it's like 2 minutes. So I'm like, even if you're not having a good time, it actually might be under 2 minutes.
What song?
Roll to Me.
Roll to Me.
Oh, to me. Oh, yeah.
It's so fun.
That's like...
it's 2:08.
Yeah,
it's
like
real
it's
short.
barely 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good song.
Out of My Mind by Fastball's mine.
Out of My Mind by Fastball.
That's a good one. Yeah,
It's one verse and the chorus 3 times. Like, that's all it is.
Yeah. Delamitri just
Out of my head.
completely made up a couple of words. People are like, ooh, what does it mean? They're like, nothing. We made it up. But this says best known for their single Nothing Ever Happens.
I would think Roll to Me.
I would think so, too. I've never heard Nothing Ever Happens. But yeah, 2 minutes of Delamitri. You're going to see him at Blossom on Friday night, along with the Barenaked Ladies.
Play that, the one that they're supposedly most known for.
Nothing Ever Happens?
Yeah.
Let me see if I
Let's
can
see if
find
I recognize it.
Yeah.
Post office clocks put up signs saying position closed.
No one knows
Maybe this
song.
was a huge hit for them in the UK.
Maybe.
Roll to Me, though, was absolutely their biggest hit over here.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course...
And then Five for Fighting.
Five for Fighting had a song called Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was their big one. And then, of course, well, I can play a Barenaked Ladies' best song.
It's been...
So, Friday night is going to be... Is that a sold-out show? Do we know?
I don't know.
I thought you said it was pavilion only.
It might be.
Oh, really?
I think it is.
I would
don't know.
think Barenaked Ladies could sell out Blossom. Am I stupid in thinking that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think
so
they could do that
stupid.
anymore.
Such a stupid idiot.
I was reading an article. Jacoby Shaddix is the longtime frontman for Papa Roach. And when they first got going, they were young men and they were out there to make some noise. And he called himself Kobe Dick because that was a cool name, man. But he started going by Jacoby Shaddix. He got clean, started a family, whatever. And some people are giving him a hard time because he said that Korn and his band Papa Roach and Deftones are all going to be the new Metallicas. And I assume that he means that they will have careers of longevity like Metallica. And I don't think these are all bands, by the way, that have been around a long time now.
Papa Roach is awesome live. I have a very good time. Like, I know it's kind of corny butt rock, but every time I've seen them live, they put on an awesome show.
The most recent time I saw them was pre-pandemic. I saw them at Sonic Temple. And they were good. But I remember when I was on in Pittsburgh 20 years ago, there was this big, there's a part of Pittsburgh on the river that's called Station Square. And it's a whole bunch of nightclubs and it's restaurants and it's all kind of stuff. It's where the Cleveland Funny Bone was, if you guys ever performed there, called Station Square. And when I used to do a bunch of club appearances and things like that.
Funny Bone?
What did I say?
Cleveland.
I'm sorry, yes, Pittsburgh Funny Bone.
Yeah.
Jeff Schneider's joint.
Yeah.
And there was a massive club there called Rock Jungle. And I could never figure out how they kept the lights on because, you know, I would host like college night and stuff like that, and it was just nuts to butts. It was packed. But the rest of the time, not so much. But Papa Roach, my station had Papa Roach come in like the earliest days of Papa Roach. This would have been like 2001 maybe. And Papa Roach played at this place called Rock Jungle. Not a big stage. They were awesome. And I didn't think much of them at the time, and then I saw them, and I was like, these guys are great. Now, I would have never thought they would have been around 20 years later, but they were great. Of course, come to find out that the club, the owner, was using it to launder money for an interstate heroin ring.
That idiot.
And so that's how that club, there are some places you go to and you go, there's no way that this is not a front for criminal activity. Because whether it's a nightclub or a restaurant of some kind or a retail establishment, you're like, there's no way that they are generating enough revenue to stay open, minus some nefarious thing. So no shock that this guy ended up going to jail. He owned a couple of clubs in the Pittsburgh area, and both of them were money laundering operations. They were running like a regional heroin ring that was getting piped in from New Jersey, and he was using these clubs to launder the money. But Papa Roach was a high point at that time, but Jacoby Shaddix is like, bands like mine and Korn and Deftones are the next Metallicas. My thought is you're not going to have the next Metallicas because the whole thing is kind of fragmented, and that's not really, Foo Fighters is kind of like your last great arena rock band. But Papa Roach has been around a long time. They're coming through, they're doing Blossom on that Shinedown show. Spirit Box and Papa Roach are opening up for Shinedown in a couple, beginning of September out of Blossom. And you figure Linkin Park's done. They had a huge run. System of a Down, they don't really do anything anymore. But you could do a hell of a lot worse than Korn and Papa Roach and Deftones. But again, these are all bands that have been around for 30 years now. 25, 30 years. So, whatever. They have got, at least for Korn, they have gotten to you get to that point in your career if you're long enough to have some longevity where you move into like the merch phase of your career. Like Korn has got like a cosmetics line.
Korn Cosmetics also with a K?
I don't know about that, but something like that. Yeah, like Jonathan Davis has got a line of, I don't know, some kind of eyeshadows or I don't know what it is. But listen, God bless him. You got to find new and exciting ways to get people to pay attention to whatever it is that you're doing, especially if you're not touring a lot. You can buy Korn coffee, spelled with a K. I don't know what it tastes like, and I don't know why, if you're a fan of the band, you go, you know what? I like their music. I bet I'm going to love their coffee. And they have Korn hot sauce. I love their music. I bet they can make a really good hot sauce. I don't know if people think that way. Korn Cosmetics. There it is. It comes in a CD case, and it is a CD-shaped round palette of eyeshadows. So there's
Pretty
all
cool.
I don't think Metallica is selling hot sauce. I don't know. Those guys are, they're all multi millionaires. By the way, somehow the Pirates managed to avoid the sweep.
Yes, they did.
And they beat the Guardians last minute. 7-5 is the final there. Guardians still trying to get to 500. And they'll take tomorrow night off, and then they're back here at home on Friday to start up the weekend series against the Phillies. Let's listen to Bill talk to Barenaked Ladies, shall we? All right.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
This is a few weeks back. They hit me up and they're like, want to talk to Barenaked Ladies? And I hit Bill up. I said, you love these guys. You should talk to them. And so that's what happened. You talked to the drummer.
Yeah.
Tyler Stewart. Is that his name?
Yes. Hey, Tyler. This is Bill Squire, and I am so excited to talk to you today.
Oh, thanks, Bill. What a pleasure.
I've been a fan since the mid-'90s. My older brothers got me into you guys, and I've been a fan ever since. And I think it's so cool that you guys are doing the 7th iteration of this Last Summer on Earth tour. I had kind of a renaissance with you guys over the last year because my girlfriend and I watch a lot of the show Community, and there's a scene where they're talking about Barenaked Ladies, and we were quoting that, and then we just started listening to you guys all the time. And so as soon as the tickets went on sale, we're like, we got to go see them.
Well, that's great. I have an inside scoop on that. Community and Big Bang Theory were kind of like competitors, right, for viewers. And since we had the theme song for Big Bang Theory, I think it was kind of a little bit of a jab at us, but it was like a friendly jab.
Yeah.
We have a lot of writers and comedians who are fans of Barenaked Ladies. In terms of, knowledge of the band amongst that kind of group, it's pretty high. So I think it was kind of an inside jab by the writers of one show at another show, and I couldn't be happier. I loved that scene.
It's such a great scene, and I love all the little places that you guys have been woven into pop culture and television and movies. Another one that always comes to mind is the scene in The Sopranos where Meadow is like, "Where's my Barenaked Ladies CD?" That scene has always stuck with me. I'm like, I wonder if Meadow's listening to the whole CD or if she's just listening to 1 week.
Absolutely. Well, and it's amazing how 1 week has woven itself in. Like, Stephen Colbert said, "Now let's play the national anthem of Canada." And it's been, and it's so funny. And then it's been in Family Guy, and what's that one? You ever seen What We Do in the Shadows?
Yes, yes.
The vampires were trying to prove that they were human by knowing all the words to 1 week.
That's incredible. That's got to feel so good, especially because you guys are, you have a lot of humor in your music and especially in your live performances. So to have shout outs on shows that are comedic in nature and Stephen Colbert and all these different things, that's got to feel like some nice pat on the back to be like, okay, they like our music, but they also understand that we're funny guys that are up here having a good time. We take our music serious, but we don't take ourselves too serious.
That's exactly right, man. That's very astute. We're obviously all big fans too of smart comedy, of great shows, and over the years you've had the pleasure of working with some of these people, and it's great because ultimately, I think up here in Canada, it's a big country, but there's not that many people in it. So, we have a surplus of these funny and talented people. Often they end up migrating to the States or working in the States like we do all the time. But it sure is nice to have that sense of like Canadian community, even amongst Hollywood and even Broadway and places like that. It's really cool.
Well, growing up, we had one of those big old-fashioned satellite dishes, so we got a lot of CBC stations, and we watched feeds from that. So I was always really aware of Kids in the Hall, and then also just Much Music and all these different Canadian things. Some of my favorite comedians of all time and musicians are Canadian. So your guys' export, like you said, it's not a huge country, but the amount of talented musicians and comedians and actors that have come out of Canada is pretty astounding for the population.
I would agree with that. And, it's interesting that you're at WMMS and you guys were really responsible for the breakout of our good friends Rush back in the day. I think, you're one of the first stations in America to play Rush on the radio.
Yeah, I watched that documentary about Rush, and that was such a cool thing. I've been at this station for 10 years now, but being part of that history is overwhelmingly incredible. Now, I know you guys kind of have your set list ready to go for this tour. You guys got a lot of new stuff. I've been digging into the playlist that you have on all the different streaming apps where you can preview not exactly what's going to be played at each show, but kind of get familiar with some of the newer stuff, which I've been really digging. But also at the end of each show, you get out from behind the drum kit and you belt some songs, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Well, if it goes according to the discussions of the last few days, I am a drummer who's very fortunate enough to have two arms. There are some one-armed drummers out there. One in particular is pretty popular. So you never know what kind of...
I get what
you're laying down. Might be tribute to that band. So we'll see. We'll see, man. I love being able to do that. Just, bust out of my rusty cage and surprise people with, some rock and vocals. It's definitely become a highlight of the show for the guys too, because we all switch up instruments and we get a chance to shine in different ways, and it's a surprise.
It's very unexpected, and also you have a very like you can tell that you've been sitting behind the drums and you want to use the whole stage when you get out in front of everybody because you are not just standing there singing. You are all over the place. And as a guy that is also a little bit of larger carriage, I love seeing a big guy move. It's just there's something about it that there's nothing like it. You know, seeing Mick Jagger up there, like, of course you can do that. You're skinny. If you got a little bit of a gut and you're moving around, that's when it's impressive. That's when you're like, all right, this is what he should have been doing all along.
Well, it's all an homage to Chris Farley at the end of the day, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, you have to take care of yourself. The biggest thing I find is you got to take care of your voice. And, you know, if you're going out after shows or you know, drinking alcohol or eating too late at night, getting acid reflux, whatever, you know, you can damage your vocal cords. So that's one of the things I've learned over the years is to try to rest your voice as much as possible. But also, you know, getting enough sleep, getting some exercise.
What I've seen online on YouTube and stuff of your guys' live performance, it just looks like a blast. It just looks like everyone's having so much fun and you're singing along and you're laughing. And I can't wait to check you guys out this summer.
Oh, thanks, man. Well, you know, having those other bands out with us, too, is a great thing because, you know, that's like 30 years of radio hits packed into those groups.
It's a great lineup, and it's just going to be so much fun. And that's going to be, again, July 21st at Blossom in Cuyahoga Falls.
Yeah, man. Second last show of the tour.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll be a well-oiled machine by that point.
Is there's a song that you wish you could pull off when you're doing, you know, when you step out from behind the kit that you can't pull off? Is there one that you can think of that, like, you wish you could just hit those notes, but you can't?
Well, man, you know, if we could do like a full version of Bohemian Rhapsody, that would be amazing.
That'd be
I would love that.
That would be fantastic.
That'd be pretty cool.
Can't wait to see you. So I don't want to keep you too long,
Right
though.
on, man. Appreciate that, and look forward to seeing you this summer.
All right, thanks.
Cheers, man.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
There's Bill talking to Tyler Stewart, the longtime drummer for Barenaked Ladies, who are going to be doing a show at Blossom on Friday night, if there are still tickets available.
Yeah, there's a few.
I don't know where you get them. Live Nation? Or
Ticketmaster.
Ticketmaster.
I mean, I think there's some resale tickets available. I don't know if there's any face value.
Did you spend $400 on the VIP package?
No.
Oh.
I think I spent about $60 a piece
You
on
sucker.
my ticket. But I think I'm in the same section that you were in.
You think you're going to
That's
get...
so funny, Jimmy Crickets.
What?
That's
think
right,
you're
yeah.
going to get a coin in a clear bag spending that kind of money?
I'm tired of you guys. Yeah.
Got another thing coming, homie. All right, good. Let me take a break here. We're going to have a Poundcake sports break a little bit later on for you. I'll have another $1,000 closer to 4:30 for you to grab from the Buzzard bookie, and a couple of passes after the break. If you're going to Put in Bay this summer, I'll get you on the Jet Express.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
Well, the rumors are true.
Creed is back.
Stansbury and I were talking about this on Monday. A little crosstalk in between shows, and he said that there were rumors flying around that Creed was going to be burying their respective hatchets and going back out and doing some stuff. And it's not like rumors just come out of nowhere. Usually they're floated by people who are in the know. And Mark Tremonti and the other guys are always touring in some other incarnation. They're out as Alter Bridge. I got tickets for you about a half an hour, by the way. Alter Bridge, they go out. He's got another band called Tremonti, which I think are like his pre-Creed friends. But Alter Bridge is just the other three guys in Creed without Scott Stapp, and apparently they are going to dip their toe back in the water. And Creed will do their first show in more than a decade on a cruise, on a rock cruise. It's called the Summer of 99 Cruise. And so it's all the bands. You're going to party like it's 1995 all over again. So Creed doing their first show in a long, long time. Last gig they did was December of 2012, and that was a reunion show. They had broken up in 2004, got back together in 2009, and then broke up again in 2012. So the Summer of 99 cruise is mid-April. It'll leave from Miami and go to the Bahamas. And it's going to be Creed, Three Doors Down, Buck Cherry.
Oh, my God. I need to go to this.
Think of a rock band in the 90s, and they're on the bill. Tonic and Fuel, Verve Pipe, Louise Post, who was in Veruca Salt with Nina Gordon, who is married to the guy from Tonic.
It's a mess.
Vertical Horizon.
This is a cruise?
You can have this many bands because they all have one hit. So you go, all right, there's our songs. Now let's go get drunk. So Creed is dipping their toe back in. You know, you don't want to book an arena tour. You want to see how it's going to go. Eddie Trunk is going to be the host, along with Matt Pinfield, who is still
Matt Pinfield.
is still hauling that guy up and posting him places. So yeah, every band that you might want from the mid to late 90s is going to be on this thing, and you might run into the Mary Santora. April 18th through the 22nd on the Norwegian Pearl.
What was that show that Matt Pinfield hosted on USA on Saturday nights?
Up All Night with Rhonda Shear and Gilbert Gottfried?
No, that was... May have been Friday nights.
On USA?
Cash Explosion Double Play.
No.
Hey!
It was always a dream of mine to go on that show as a little kid. That's how...
Cash Explosion?
Yeah. I was like, I'm going to make
I don't know. They keep hauling Matt Pinfield's carcass out and plopping him places. I don't know what he did on USA.
I'll find it.
All right. So if you're a Creed fan, I mean, obviously it's not going to be as cheap as going to a regular show. These cruises are quite expensive. But it's Buck Cherry and Tonic and Fuel and Dishwalla. We're counting blue cars.
More or less than
FarmClub.com.
What was FarmClub.com?
It was just like a music show where...
.com on USA?
Yeah. But it was like in the early days of Napster and all that stuff. So they're like, well, we'll call it FarmClub.com.
Okay.
And then...
this was a while ago.
This is like, this is...
20 years ago.
Yeah.
So a lot of bands there. 9 Days. Remember 9 Days? Again, these bands all had one hit. This is the story of a girl. That was their one hit. Yep. Dishwalla had Counting Blue Cars. Tantric had a couple.
I just heard that song, the Dishwalla song, the other day, and I was like, I love that song, but I always forget who sings it.
Dishwalla.
Yeah.
Counting Blue Cars.
I always think it's Toad the Wet Sprocket.
That's another. I can't believe they're not on this.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you, this isn't on sale yet?
No. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. They've announced, I mean, the headline here is the Creed reunion. And so if you're a fan of that band, this is where they're going to do their first show in a decade.
Norwegian.
The Norwegian Pearl.
I can't say that word. Norwegian.
On this cruise.
Matt Pinfield is responsible for signing Coheed and Cambria to A&R, to Columbia Records. He was president of A&R.
Fans can sign up for the pre-sale at the official website beginning now, Mary. The actual pre-sale will happen July 25th through the 27th. The public on-sale will start on July 28th. The first 500 cabins booked will get a photo op with Creed.
Wait, do you really want to go on a cruise?
I hate cruises. I'm terrified. I am terrified of boats.
See, I think one of these rock cruises would be fun. Like there's a heavy metal one called 70,000 Pounds of Metal or something, and that's probably a smellier cruise than some other ones would be. But anyway, maybe you like Creed, but you don't care for Scott Stapp. Well, that's where the Alter Bridge tickets come in. Miles Kennedy fronts that band. And, you know, Scott Stapp, it's not like the guy's been sitting around with his thumb up his ass. He chopped all his hair off. He's got solo albums. He did that song for the Marlins.
Wasn't he on meth for a bit?
I think post-Creed, he was in a real bad place.
Mm-hmm.
But he got married. I think he had a couple of kids.
Where is it going? The Caribbean?
The Bahamas.
Bahamas.
Yeah, Nassau.
Bermuda.
Yeah.
Bahama.
And Marlins Will Soar, you might recall, because Creed was a Florida band, and so they asked Scott Stapp if he would sing the Marlins song, and everybody really dragged him for it.
Let's play ball, it's game day.
It's just that dumb voice, man. Because the lyrics are all just baseball terms, right? Home runs and slide into home. Outfield and hot dogs and beer. This is like right after Creed split for the last time.
We want strikeouts, base hits, double plays.
We want strikeouts, base hits, double plays.
We want strikeouts, base hits, double plays. Take the field, hear the roar on the crowd. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Keep hoping and dreaming that you will soar.
I mean, the guy can sing, but, you know, you're in a bit of a pickle because you are singing about a fish.
You saying you can't write good songs about fishes?
What's your favorite song about a fish?
For that Free Willy one that Michael Jackson sang.
There you go.
That was a different Willie.
I mean,
he
it's
was
a mammal.
singing about freeing Mary.
Oh, yeah, that
it
is
wasn't
a
part
mammal.
of the movie.
It was Willie.
What was the song? Will he be there?
Will you be there?
It's
Oh
like,
my
Will he be
God.
there?
that song is Will he be there? Like Al B. Sure.
That's bold.
Will he
Oh,
be
you know
there?
what mine is? Well, it's not about a fish. It's about fishing.
Yeah.
Nitty Gritty Band. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Fishing in the Dark.
Oh, I
That's a good
believe
one.
that's another sex song, isn't it? It's not about...
No.
Fish heads, roly-poly fish.
This is my
heads,
favorite
fish
from
heads,
Barnes
fish
and Barnes.
heads, eat them up, yum. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, eat them up, yum.
You know Nitty Gritty Dirt Band from your dad, don't you?
I only know that song. Yeah. This is the only one I know. Well, I think. I mean, I might look up their other. I would say this is probably their most popular song.
Yeah.
No, I think Man of Constant Sorrow.
That's not them.
Nitty Gritty Dirt Band?
That is not them.
Was-
You're thinking of the Soggy Bottom Boys. It's a
right, but
fake band.
didn't they sing it for them in the movie?
The Nitty Gritty Dirt Band?
I thought they did.
I don't know.
Oh, I didn't think it was them. Maybe. I don't. That doesn't sound familiar.
Stanley Brothers.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know this band at all.
Oh, you never heard of Nitty Gritty?
I mean, I've heard of it, but I thought it was a Soggy Bottom Boys.
Right.
No. Here's where it kicks in, Bill.
Oh yeah, I heard this song.
Everybody's heard this song.
I remember they covered
I
Mr.
haven't
Bojangles.
heard
That was
this.
all I remember was.
I haven't heard this song. Not everybody's heard this.
Everybody's heard this song.
Never heard of it.
Down by the river in the pale moonlight, we'll be falling in love in the middle of the night, just moving slow.
All right, well there you go.
That's a fish song, kind
That's
of.
a fish song.
That is
I
a
don't
fish
hate
song.
that.
Of course, there's the band Fish. You can just pick any song, but songs about a fish.
Or fishing.
Fishing.
Or comedy bits about fish. I go to Patrice O'Neill.
Uh-huh. What about Get a Good Buzz On? That's about fishing, but it's also about the shanty, right? It's about fishing.
Brad Paisley has a couple songs about fishing.
You get a line, I'll get a pole, baby.
I like this already, baby. Play it, Johnny.
Gonna sit down in the kitchen and fix me something good to eat and make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. 'Cause we're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
No, that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the
doesn't have anything to do with
Crawdad
fish.
song, right? You get a line, I'll get a pole, baby.
You get a line, I'll get a pole, honey. You get a line, I'll get a pole, babe. You get a line, I'll get a pole.
Leave me down at the fishing
We'll
hole.
go down to the crawdad hole.
Crawdad hole. And we don't play any stuff from the 30s
Are we going to keep
anymore.
doing fish songs, or do you want me to complain more about Oppenheimer?
Kroppenheimer. That is a terrible, terrible fish movie. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You get a line and I'll get a pole, honey. You get a line and I'll get a pole, babe. You get a line and I'll get a pole. We'll go down to the crawdad hole, honey.
Now, these are the Foggy Mountain Boys. Maybe that's who you were thinking of. And, of course, you know, they're singing about fishing, but obviously it's about sex. He's got a pole.
Oh, he wants
She's
to
got a
have
crawdad
sex with the
hole.
fish.
She's got a crawdad hole.
Don't call that.
They're calling it that. Blame the Foggy Mountain Boys, not this guy. I don't know what to tell you. So anyway, Creed. Will Creed be the next Metallica? Who knows?
Kanye's a gay fish.
Who's a gay fish?
Kanye is a gay fish,
Did he
according
say
to
that at
South
some
Park.
point?
It was
Oh.
at South Park, of course. Right.
Is that sad that we don't? I had to genuinely ask if that's something Kanye said. It's like he might have come out one day and be like, I don't know, man, I just feel like a gay fish today. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, Kanye, man, whatever you got to do.
Hello, who's this?
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
It's Mike.
Mike, what's up?
Oh, his name must have disappeared.
Yep, I don't see his name. Hi, Mike.
Mike in Parma, man. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
I just I had a call in about the whole Creed thing, and it's really funny, like, to have Creed come back around. And I just remember years ago, I was never really a big Creed fan, but he came through. I guess Creed came through Cleveland. It was probably the early 2000s, and they had to, like, cancel their show for whatever reason. Like, he had, like, bum voice or something. So what they ended up doing was selling $5 tickets to the concert. And so I bought a couple, and me and my buddy went there. And the songs are okay, but at the same time, Scott Stapp is so full of himself. Like, there was these undertones of this Jesus-y undertones where he would just go up to this top platform and just splay his arms out.
Arms wide open. Nose is wide.
It just, yeah, the arms wide open. And I'm like, oh, my God, this guy thinks he's Jesus. I'm like,
Well, that's that's what did them in. I wasn't there, but I had friends that went to the show in Chicago that effectively ended Creed. When this would have been like New Year's, it was like a New Year's Eve show or something, literally 20 years ago. And they did the old Rosemont Horizon or whatever it was called at the time. And he was hammered. I mean, he was drunk. He said he was on prescription. And by this time, he was like bloated, and they were at the end of the road, man. And he ended the show like 2 songs in, and the crowd's booing. Yeah, that stuff did him in, but I think he got his head straight after Creed. And so I think if these guys come back and they can figure things out, they might have a decent run again.
Well, whatever happened with? I mean, there was that whole thing a few years ago where he was like in a
he's out of his
in a
mind.
motel somewhere, like with mental breakdowns and stuff like that. I mean, that wasn't all that long ago.
I think it was farther back than we remember. I think that was probably
Was
a
it?
good 10 years ago. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Again, they were never my favorite band. They weren't even in my top 10, but they sold a lot of records. Stansbury called them the original Nickelback, which I thought was kind of funny, but because everybody loved to hate them, but they were selling tens of millions of records. So, but again, they started as a Christian band, and I think that probably messes with your mind to some degree because you're like, oh, every band wants to be that big, but 99% of them aren't. So if you're the one that gets to be that big and you're like, trying to be a cool guy, but holy cow, I really like the chicks and, I don't know. But we'll see what happens. Thank you, Mike. But for Creed fans, boy, they must be beside themselves with excitement. Granted, it is a cruise. So you've got to shell out some coin and go to the Bahamas. And you got to sit through all those other bands. So unless you're going to jump overboard.
Nah, man, boats make me nervous.
Boats make you nervous.
I think I saw Titanic too young. Like, Titanic and Castaway made it very real in my head. I'm like, you could get lost at sea.
I mean, Titanic was very real.
Yeah, but it was like the first one, right? And then I know that Castaway wasn't a boat, it was a plane crash.
Yeah.
But like being stranded with nowhere to go. I get very, very uncomfortable.
So you'll never go on a cruise. You're like, I don't want to be in a giant floating hotel full of cholera in the middle of the ocean.
Right. I don't need this days in to set sail.
Yeah, just a regular old days in fine for us.
Right.
Land-lubbing days in. Let me take a break. I'll have Alter Bridge tickets for you a little bit later on, as promised. That is the other 3 guys in Creed and Miles Kennedy up front. They're on the Pawns and Kings tour. That'll get them to, I think, at Jacobs Pavilion is where that show is happening. Yeah, August the 8th, just a couple of weeks away. So we'll do those shortly. I want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 98.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We're going to be throwing this kind of stuff at you on Saturday night. It is 2 hours to midnight. It's our metal show here on MMS. 120 minutes of nothing but metal. I think there's not a late Guardians game, but I think a 7-10 game against the Phillies on Saturday night. So most likely we'll be airing right after that game. Usually we start straight up 10 o'clock. But the way things have been going with those Guardians games, we'll air immediately after the Guardians game. But it's 2 hours of nothing but metal. I'm your host, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler join me. We did all incarceration bands last weekend because that show was in town. That was fun. So it's a lot of brand new metal. There's some classic stuff. Play local bands. Local band called Volton we're going to play. And Artemis Ward. Some local stuff from those bands. We'll play classic metal from Maiden and Grim Reaper. Some brand new stuff from a band called Evil. And brand new Raven, who are a band who've been around for a long time. But they just dropped their 15th album. So we'll play some stuff there. And then we always take your requests. So 2htm@WMMS.com if you want to submit a request or whatever your band is doing, whatever it is. But 2 hours to midnight is Saturday night here on MMS. We always post the playlists because if you don't listen live, it doesn't re-air anywhere else. But the playlists are at WMMS.com and on the 2 hours to midnight Facebook page. Guardians unable to sweep the Pirates. Monday night was 11-1 in Pittsburgh. Last night was 10-1. But the Bucks beat them 7-5 today. So they'll lick their wounds tomorrow and then be back here at home to play the Phillies at Progressive Field. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think those second two games are sold out. Might be a handful of tickets for Friday night. We'll have a Poundcake sports break for you in about a half an hour, by the way. He's got some brand new information to impart to you that's very exciting. And, I was hearing from some bureau chiefs out Phoenix way. They're having a really, really hard time in Phoenix, by the way. They have had 19 days straight of more than 110-degree weather.
Ugh, that is disgusting. It's so funny.
Phoenix scorches at 110 for their 19th straight day, breaking big U.S. city records in global heat wave. Although a couple of people who wrote me from Phoenix were like, you walk into these cooling centers, though, and they're empty. So either people are at home cranking the AC, or, these cooling centers are for people who might not be able to get inside. But a couple different people from out there were like, you walk in these places and they're empty. They're like, they're so cold that the people working there will go outside to warm up.
What is a cooling center, though? Like, is it just
for people who are outside all day long, or people? It just
looks like a station or something.
It's like a tent where they're like blowing. They have misters and they're blowing cool air so that people don't die outside. I mean, a lot of people die from these kinds of temperatures.
See, I was so frustrated because I moved my friend out there back in like 2015, and oddly enough, the one time I was out there was when it rained. Like, it was almost like a monsoon. It was raining so hard. And I was so frustrated with the drivers out there because I'm like, you people don't know how to drive. And she's like, shut up. They're like, we're not used to getting rain. And like, so people were like,
it's true.
They were like, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, they were sliding off the roads and like not using blinkers and trying to like hurry up and get it. They were like putting their hazards on to just like, and then like pulling over. I was like, so y'all are really not about to drive because of a little rain. She's like, screw that. We got mountains out here.
Well, that's a normal thing to us, but it's like when I moved to Pittsburgh, right? It's so hilly. I mean, once you get out of Ohio, it's all hills going east in Pennsylvania. Now, I was used to snow. I mean, I lived in LA for a little while, but I grew up around snow, except I grew up in a place that's really, really flat. And Ohio is a place also that's very flat. But Pittsburgh, it was like LA with snow. So when you're going up roads that are like, you know, a 75-degree grade on a day where it's snowy, everybody looks like they don't know how to drive. But you're relearning it all over again because anything can happen. So if you're in a place like Phoenix where they don't get much rain, I could see people not knowing what to do.
It didn't dawn on me, but I still thought it was a little because it was raining. It was raining hard, but it was clear because there was no humidity. Or no. I remember it being clear, but it hadn't like got foggy or anything yet. And I'm like, man, it's fine. So I was cruising and we had a U-Haul, but yeah, people were like literally having their hazards on, pulling over to the side of the road.
Was it heavy rain though?
It started out slow and then it progressively got worse. And then after that, it was just done. Like it was,
I can't wait for the climate change merch. Places like Phoenix are going to have like, show us your haboobs. Get it, Bill?
Yeah, haboobs.
You know, and so when things like this happen where you have 19 straight days and it's 110, north of 110, like it turns the city into a ghost town. So imagine you're like running a business, you know, downtown Phoenix or something. Nobody's coming, or they're coming in just for the air conditioning. But everybody else is just staying at home. No other major city, the 25 most populous in the United States, no other major city has had any stretch of even more than 90-degree days longer than Phoenix. And Phoenix has blown up over the past few years, and people are still moving there. So their low for the past 19 days was 94. That was yesterday. A low of 94.
Is that during the day or overall? Like 94
that was overall.
At night?
Overall.
Oh my God.
I remember it was like 88 degrees when I was there, and it was like 103 during the day.
Because that's the trouble is they're like, you don't have any respite overnight. So it's 3 in the morning and it's 94. But you don't have the humidity. And
dry heat.
Huh? It is a dry heat.
I remember my parents would visit Arizona a lot when we were kids. We went one time, but they would go almost every year because we have family out there. And my parents brought back a shirt for my oldest brother, and it was a skeleton, like lounging on a towel, and there's a thermometer. It's like 120 degrees, and it says, "But it's a dry heat."
Right.
But it's a skeleton. They're dead.
Right.
Funny shirt.
Well, the coolest thing I found out was when
I can't stand him.
Yes, you can.
I'm laughing. I'm making you laugh.
I know, it's annoying. I get aggravated when you say things that make me laugh.
Why would you ever get aggravated at somebody who made you laugh?
Because it's Bill, and he's dumb.
You got a serotonin boost.
I know.
Right, but laughter is all involuntary.
I know.
It's not his fault.
Hand's the best medicine.
That's what they
talk
say.
about how depressed you are.
Yeah.
Here I come with some giggles, and you're like, "Oh, look, Bill makes me laugh."
Why don't you get off your prescriptions, Mary, and just listen to Bill's jokes?
No, that'll land me in an institution. What
Or
happened to
maybe
Mary?
it will actually just make you the happiest you've ever been.
She quit taking her anti-anxiety, antidepressants, and Adderall, and just listen
start
to Bill
listening to-
Squire's albums.
So do you
Yeah,
have to have
just watch Pure BS again and again and again.
You have to have all three. You have to be sober, take your anti-anxiety, antidepressants, and your therapy. So if you cut out any one of those,
Bro, I'm so screwed up, Cody. I'm
I'm not
trying
judging,
my
I'm just curious.
absolute best. I am trying my best every day to
But
keep
mentally
it
for
together.
you, is that your three-legged stool? Like if you took one of those out, would you be in bad shape? Obviously,
right now, yeah.
So they're all equal. There isn't like a hierarchy.
No, there's a
Maslow's-
hierarchy.
Yeah, okay.
I could
you love
probably...
gambling. Let's take one off. And
Well,
see
no,
what
breaking the sobriety would probably
That's never
jack you
gonna
more than
happen.
the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
ones.
That's the one that'll never go anywhere. I might be able to wean myself off the meds because I have sobriety and therapy.
Wean.
Yes. But I couldn't.
You don't get mad
I
at
could probably
him.
stop going on.
You shouldn't get mad at me, see? It's because I was kind of non-committal about it.
And I haven't known him as long.
True.
I'll be sick of his crap in a couple years.
Yeah.
His jokes, his ha-ha hardy hars.
Yeah. Air quotes. Alan, it just broke 117 in Phoenix. There you go. Alan, I lived in
Celsius.
Yeah, it's like on the surface of the sun. I lived in Barstow, California, and it rained so infrequently that they don't have road drainage systems.
Wow.
So when it rains, it gets hazardous until it evaporates. Barstow, Jesus.
It was funny because when I was there and it rained, it stopped just like that. You can never tell that it rained because there was no like puddles on the sidewalk or anything.
Evaporated.
It was literally, as soon as it rained, it was gone. Like when I tell you there were no, I don't even know how it was raining because it was like a cloud and then the cloud was gone. It was like, okay, done with that. And there was no like drops on the window, on like the windows or the windshield or anything.
It just burns up.
That was crazy.
I was reading about animals splooting. Have you seen any of these articles?
No.
The
Is this
extreme
like
heat.
his sploot points?
Splat points?
Oh.
Yeah, what are splat points?
You weren't here. Poundcake was talking about his. Where do you work out again?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
They have something called splat points, which a listener got me hip to. Ask Poundcake about his splat points. This is a person who goes to Orange Theory as well. And I said, I don't know what that means. And he goes, like the logo. I'm like, that's supposed to be a splat? I thought the logo was like an atom, or I don't know what I thought it was.
But what is?
But he said that they're because up on the big board, everybody's getting monitored with their little individual things, and it shows how you're measuring up against other people. It's pitting you. It's Black Mirror. They're pitting you against other people so you can, I don't know.
Accountability.
Accountability, but they're trying to get people to beat other people's heart rates
It
or
would
something.
work for me.
Yeah.
I'd compete myself into a heart attack.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
Maybe you should go to Orange Theory.
It's fundamental manipulation of people's psyches because they know. They're like, people will work out harder if someone's watching.
Yes.
They know that. The heat is making animals sploot, which is not as violent as it sounds. What they do is when they just splay their bodies out on the ground and lay on their tummies.
Squirrels do that, and it's super cute.
That's the picture I'm looking at.
Yeah.
They need to cool their body temperature, and so they'll find a cool surface and just sploot out on their bodies.
That's what my dog does on the hardwood after we go on a walk. She'll sploot all over the floor.
All over the floor. Yeah. So those of you who listen to us in the American Southwest, if you have a pet squirrel, that's what it's doing. You probably...
Why don't they just go water skiing?
Right.
They
I've
know
seen
how.
the nightly news, but I mean, bears do it too. Squirrels aren't the only animals that do it. They're trying to, direct heat away from their body.
Man, if I ever see a bear in real life, I'll probably die because
You'll sploot.
No, because I just want to pet it. Like they're so stinking cute. I see bear video like that's
Grizzly
my whole,
bears?
They're
are
so
cute.
They're cute, man.
Cute?
They're cute.
Well, I wouldn't think of that.
I know.
If you're
and
lucky,
I'll
they're 9
be
feet tall.
dead, and it'll be the cutest death ever, though.
I saw a bear in Alaska, and it's jarring. Like to see an animal that big.
Massive
I also saw a
animals.
moose.
Yeah, moose.
Those things are
huge.
both of them. It's like you don't fathom that these are enormous animals. And they will kill you.
Yeah.
Like you say, I want to go pet it. You see it, and you're like,
I'm gonna
this is
poop my pants. I know,
I'm gonna
I know.
die.
Yeah.
I will die if I take one step toward this animal.
It's just my whole algorithm on Instagram right now is just panda bears, rhinos, and grizzly bears, or like just bears in general. Just all this silly, fat, cute animals. I love them.
Fat, cute animals.
I like the fat, cute animals. Panda bears are so stupid.
They're very dumb.
I love them.
They're cute though.
They're so cute.
They're mean. I heard.
But they're like dumb mean. Like,
Well, they're
don't-
mean because during COVID there was so much
Territorialist.
anti-Asian sentiment.
Oh, is that what it is? They feel slighted.
Sure.
Getting a little revenge.
Mm-hmm. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from wherever throughout these United States, you can always leave us messages. You can also drop voicemails if you like at the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903.
Alan, hey, hate the show. You say so much stuff that makes me question your masculinity, but when you start complaining on air about your wife asking you to finish her food, Alan, hey, hate the show. You say so much stuff that makes me question your masculinity, but when you start complaining on air about your wife asking you to finish her food or smoothie, geez, oh man, is that embarrassing. Like, what kind of man are you? every other actual man I know, is dying to eat the scraps or whatever's left on the plate because we're alpha males and we're looking to just ingest and eat and not be a little. Don't ask me to eat half a bit of your smoothie.
Trying to do my voice.
That's weak sauce, brother. You need to step up, man. I'm still laughing about your nipple rings.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm the one that should be embarrassed in this, by the way. I'm
Right.
not
I
quite
don't
sure
think
what
so
he's
either.
getting at, but
You're a beta smoothie cuck.
He referred to himself as an alpha male.
yeah, imagine being so terrified about your own masculinity that you're calling another guy to complain about his. Well, that's why I'm not 300 pounds, sir, because I don't eat what I don't want to eat.
Brian doesn't finish anything after anybody. He doesn't eat his favorite.
Well, us
thing-
alpha males over here
Right.
tipping the scales because we're so alpha-y.
Yeah, who are all these? I didn't realize that real men were eating their wife's scraps off of the plate. No, I don't. I certainly don't like to waste food, but I don't like people going, "Hey, finish this for me. I don't want to throw it away." I'm like, I'm not. Why? I'm not going to do that. How about get a smaller portion when you go out? How about that?
Just throw it away, but do it in front of someone that would want to eat it.
Throw it against the wall next to a homeless dude.
There you go.
Hey, do you want some of this? Yup. Sorry, splat points. Right up against the wall. Hey, Duke.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
Cover model Duke.
Hey, how about that?
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
cool, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to tell you an odd story that happened the other day. I was sitting up at White Oaks with a couple of my buddies.
White Oaks. Oh, Duke. Were you getting the oysters Rockefeller, or what were you eating there?
No, the escargot.
Yeah. All right, good.
Yeah, and nobody finishes them but me, baby.
Sure.
So I'm sitting with my two buddies, and my first buddy says to me, they're bragging about all the women they've been with. And, okay, his first sentence says, you guys, he says, you got nothing on me. He says he goes to a different bar every night. He brings a different woman every night. He drives a Corvette, and it really impresses the girls. He's got an 8-inch willy, and he says he claims to have slept with more than 1,000 women. Well, all right. So my second buddy chimes in. He goes, that's nothing. He says, I'm one of the top gynecologists in the Cleveland Clinic. He claims to make $800,000 a year. And all of his patients and his nurses know that he's got a 12-inch willy, and they start begging to sleep with the guy. And he says he claims to sleep with over 5,000 women. Well, I rolled my eyes. I said, I've got you all beat. I have screwed over tens of thousands of Alan Cox Show listeners who are expecting a punchline to this show.
He's act.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he sure did.
That was
He
good.
got all meta there at the
I
end.
love
Yeah,
that.
I like that.
I love
Oh,
that.
boy. Wow. I thought he was
Another
having
level, Duke.
Yeah, he was having dinner at the White Oaks with Wilt Chamberlain and Gene Simmons there for a second, but not the case.
Have a good one, because I sure do.
I already have. He beat me to it. Thank you, Duke. There's Duke out there in Bay Village, out in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, I guess we're neighbors.
There's a local publication called Bay Village Family or Bay Village Neighbors or something. And Duke is on this month's cover with his lovely wife. And this is the magazine that wrote me and asked if we would be on the cover. And I have a couple of conditions, so I haven't written them back. But, oh, how the mighty have fallen. But thank you, Duke. I appreciate that.
Yeah, White Oaks is a good restaurant, too.
I've never been there. It's like the median age in there is like 72.
I don't know why. We were there for, I feel like it was like Erica's birthday.
You went with Erica. We had joked about, we're always joking about going, but we never get around to it with like our parent friends. We're like, we should all go to the White Oaks, but we just don't get over there.
You get in there and you'd be like, oh, everybody's our age.
I think it was New Year's Eve, maybe. Like, it was New Year's Eve, and we were going to another party in Westlake. And for whatever reason, she booked, like, a huge table at White Oak. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, because as soon as it hits 9 o'clock, they have no reservations.
What this is? Why do we
It's
not
like
know what this is?
It's been there forever. It's on Kahuna
It's
Bay Village,
really
and
good.
it's really old, and the clientele's old, and the
It's
menu's
like liver
old.
and onions old?
No, it's like romaine lettuce salad
I'll never
or
forget
the wedge salad, and they got the shrimp
Oh,
cocktail.
they really do
and the,
have escargot.
Yes.
That was the first time
And
I
the
ever
apple onion soup and the old white
Warm
rolls.
braised cheese and a puff pastry.
Yes.
I'm hungry, but this looks amazing.
Beef
was really
Wellington.
good.
Hey.
That was the first time I ever got pulled away from a table to be asked my political views. I was like, what? Like, there was a guy way on the other side. He had like a river view seat, and he was like pointing at me. I'm like looking around because I'm like, this dude has no idea who I am. Like,
Wait, from across the room? Why? Because you were the only black guy in there?
probably. And
Wait, so you're across the room and another diner starts waving you over?
yeah, he like pointed to me, and I'm like, he must be thinking I'm wait staff or someone.
Oh, God.
I thought he was pointing behind me, and I'm like, he can't be pointing to me. And he's like, yeah.
Young man, could you do something about the music in here and bring me more water?
And so I get up and like walk over to him. I'm like, hi, and he's just like, hey, how you doing? You're your first time here, and blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, blah blah blah. And
He's trying to feel you out.
Can I see your
and,
papers?
and he said, what do you think about this? Oh, that's what it was. It was right after Trump won the election. It was right after Trump. He said, what do you think about your new commander in chief?
Oh, so these people couldn't wait to start talking about Trump. Oh, I see. Yeah.
He was like, what do you think about your new commander in chief? And I think I said, I think I went the Chappelle route and was like, oh, I think we should give him a chance or something like that. I was like, there's too many white people in here to cause a ruckus.
Of course.
So I was like,
You're outnumbered.
So I was like, I just paid my tab real quick, and I was like, Erica, let's get the hell out of here.
What a weird thing to just walk up. Of course, those people can't shut the hell up about that dummy.
He made
but-
me come to him.
I know.
So he didn't get up out of his seat. He had his brandy or whatever
Come
in his
here.
hand.
I would have been like,
And
I'm not walking over to you.
I didn't know what. I obviously didn't think he was asking me that, but I
You
was
were
like-
trying to be polite.
I was like, do I have something on my face? Does he know? Is it a Poundcake thing? Is he a fan? I had no idea what he was calling me over for. But yeah, it was Trump in Westlake. Go figure.
Well, you had to know the guy wasn't going to be like, hey, I'm a big fan of the show. I mean, I
I
can't.
didn't know that. I never know who's a fan of this show or not.
No, but that place, like I said, it's no joke. The median age is like 75 in there.
He was an
Like
older
makes
man.
Pier W look like a nightclub.
Looks like he golfs or something. And
Sure.
Net worth.
Yeah, so we have yet to get over there, but
You should go.
people rave about it.
Mm-hmm.
Menu's good.
There were
We're
mashed
just not gonna get
potatoes.
Mashed potato. Yeah, not a lot of hard, crunchy foods over there.
Their mashed potatoes.
They're all very soft,
doubly fried. or
easily
something.
gummed. What?
Their mashed potatoes are like, I don't know what they make it, but it's like really
Butter, yeah.
I was gonna say it's kind of hard to screw up mashed potatoes.
No, it wasn't screwed up. I just had never had it that way before. It was almost like you can like cut into them, and I don't know. There's a certain texture.
It's called undercooked, I think is what you're looking for. Okay, anyway, I've got to take a break here. We'll have the Poundcake Sports Break. I'll have another $1,000 for you around 5:30, and those Alter Bridge tickets. They're doing that show in a few weeks with Seven Dust and Mammoth WVH. You want to catch them? We'll hook it up coming back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
All right, you want to go see Alter Bridge, Mark Tremonti, and the other Creed guys with Miles Kennedy in front. Most recent album is called Pawns and Kings. That's the name of the tour. They're bringing Seven Dust back with them, who are always dynamite. And Mammoth WVH before Wolfie Van Halen goes out on the fall headlining run that his band is doing. They're going to come through and play for you Tuesday night, August the 8th. Just a couple of weeks away at Jacobs Pavilion. You can go to axs.com for the details on that show. A two for Alter Bridge. For you, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Got another $1,000 for you in about 6 or 7 minutes. Next chance for you to put $1,000 in your pocket, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for those keywords. Guardians are done for the day. They finished that series in Pittsburgh with an afternooner. So you'll get the full Corey Roddick experience tonight after 6:30. He will have the last couple of keywords for you. But I'll throw one for you at 5:30, and then at 6:30 we'll get to the Poundcake Sports Break. Here momentarily. If you're listening to us from out of state on the iHeartRadio app, tell me where. Andy listens in Atlanta. Brian is in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Molly listens in Falls Church, Virginia. Tiffany is a new listener in Lake Camelot, Illinois. It's part of your Peoria metropolitan area out there. And Laura is stationed in Stuttgart, Germany. And I think watches the show over there. And then we have Sarah, who's a listener in Norwalk, Connecticut. And out there in Norwalk, you go about 20 minutes north, right up 95, a few miles up from Norwalk, is Bridgeport, Connecticut. And they had a massive accident up there when a truck transporting human waste crashed.
You want to talk about worst case scenario.
And it caused a lot of accidents. Tractor trailer leaking raw sewage, human waste, left a wet and runny trail for miles.
Done that.
Huh? Our own Bill Squire many times has been referred to as a Bridgeport tractor trailer. You thought that was a sexual position. In fact, it's not.
It's wet and runny, though.
Yeah. And
there's a trail.
It culminated in a 10-vehicle accident. A motorcycle, police cars, another tractor trailer.
Was this a real thing, or was this a Blues Brothers movie?
This is a real thing. Right on 95 in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport's like rich. It's a swanky area.
Well, Connecticut's not that big, right?
Yeah.
In between Hartford and Bridgeport. And the Stadies arrested the trucker on several charges, saying that he was aware of the human waste leak, but kept on driving. It's about 11 o'clock at night, so it made the northbound lanes extremely slick with poop.
Slick with poop.
Slick with poop.
It's the King of Plop's second album.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Slick with poop. So that's what they're contending with there in Connecticut. And now, what do you mean worst case scenario, Cody?
Like, if it was on fire, that's like a normal truck accident. But the fact that it was leaking poop and human waste, like.
But you also don't want that truck to be on fire, because then you have a methane issue, right? If the human waste truck catches on fire, that's no good.
But everyone's gonna be all stinky, and then like the bottoms of their cars are gonna be stinky.
Yeah.
Their tires are gonna be everything. It's just nasty. Disease, famine. Worst case scenario.
It was a work truck for a local company that does well pump repair. A motorcycle rider lost control and skidded in the road. Vehicles crashed into other vehicles, and some hit the concrete barriers. And then a tractor trailer collided with a police cruiser and then hit a second car in the median. All because the road was, say it with me,
Poopy.
slick with poop.
Slick with poop.
The road was poopy. S word for poop.
You could say those cops were on duty.
Mary?
No.
But that wasn't even a stretch.
It was a real pile.
That was a slam dunk. What?
It was a real pile up.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I kind of already said that.
it's runny. It's slick with poop, but yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Well, congratulations.
You know how the claims adjuster has to go out there and examine the crash site?
Yeah,
And they
like
go-
like Eddie Norton in Fight Club.
Yeah, and they go out there and they go, skid marks everywhere.
Mary, your thoughts? You didn't cry last night. You're going to cry before the end of the show today, aren't you? All right. Well,
The
listen.
cops
we
were
won't-
doing their civic duty. Hey.
No, he already said
just said
duty.
duty.
No,
You
he
can't
didn't.
piggyback on duty.
No,
Those
he
cops
didn't.
were on duty.
He literally just said that.
Fine, Joe. That joke stinks.
Nope. You can't use it. It's like rhyming a word in a song with the same word.
That happens all the time.
I know. And it's nevertheless no good.
Man, about a diaper.
You're what?
I said something about a diaper.
Oh.
Or a toilet or flush. They were flushed with paperwork.
Flushed with paperwork. Okay.
At least it wasn't a log truck.
Okay. Poop.
We're all, let's see, poop.
Poop. Diarrhea.
There was a lot of junk leaking from that trunk.
Junk and trunk.
Junk in the trunk means she's got a big fat ass.
Yeah,
Pancake,
that's
not
that one's
poop.
like, well, I had a lot of junk in my trunk, so I took a dump.
That's not what that means.
So they weren't dump trucks.
So they weren't what?
None of the trucks that crashed were dump trucks.
Dump truck. Well, I mean, you could. No.
No.
Let me give away this money, and we're going to transition you into what you really know about, which is sports.
Right.
With the Poundcake Sports Break. Here's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Have you done your calisthenics?
What does that mean?
Exactly.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, this is probably a cute, memorable moment for everyone else, but I find everything that Shaq, a.k.a. DJ Diesel, does annoying. Shaq was in Hawaii over the weekend at a top-notch resort to do a sold-out DJ gig. During his downtime, he stopped by the pool, and when he was accompanied by a bunch of kids, the 7-foot-tall, 300-pound athlete pretended to drown. I think we have that clip if you want to just take a listen or watch it on YouTube.
Did save Shaq from drowning. What a shame.
I don't get it. What? Okay.
It's so stupid, and the acting is so bad, like worse than Kazam bad. But Shaq is such a businessman with no soul. I'm sure, he just puts his name on any old thing. I wouldn't be surprised if this drowning video leaked just so he could come out with his own line of submersibles. But that's just me. Also, this one hits close to home, if you pardon the pun. Perion Winfrey, no relation to Oprah Winfrey, I'm told, has been released from the Browns stemming from a misconduct allegation. The most recent scandal happened right down the street at the 9, which makes sense because it is the East Side after all. Winfrey is being accused of threatening some fans, stealing their phones, and showing a gun. Part of the altercation was caught on video. I don't know if we can play that one because there's a lot of
I edited
expletives.
it, yeah.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
all expletives.
I
but
know,
yeah.
that's okay. So
Oop, hold on, let me find it. I got it. Hold on.
Play ball!
You don't think it's on me? You don't think it's on me? I will smack the shit both of y'all.
Why are you
I will smack the shit both of y'all.
right here?
What's wrong with you?
In front of all these people?
What's wrong with you?
In front of all these people?
Get out of here.
I don't know. Give me that.
Get up. Get phone.
I still don't know what's happening in this video.
That's what I'm saying. So I have to be honest, the girl shown in the videos doesn't seem like someone who would be terrified that she just got a gun pulled on her. That's just me. But Perion said that the so-called fans were harassing him. So obviously they effed around, so they had to find out. But those were my words, not his. But hell, the way he was doling out smacks, he might be related to Oprah. You get a smack, you get a smack, everyone gets a smack. Keep fighting the good fight, Perion. And lastly, I reported on this before, but there's... What?
Go.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Lastly, I reported on this before, but there's been an update. These white women be tripping. Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend dropped her $30 million lawsuit against him. His ex, Erica Herman, was alleging the sum was reasonable for her lifestyle that she lived while she was living in his mansion with them. Mind you, she was a live-in girlfriend, not wife. She said the two had an oral agreement. I bet she did have an oral agreement, absolutely. But arm pieces are due to lifestyle settlements now. Well, apparently the ex-couple is expected to settle their dispute privately in arbitration. So go get her, Tiger! And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
I guess they must not have been paying Perion Winfrey very much money to cut him loose that quickly.
Yeah, I don't think he had.
But I don't understand. Is this a guy that's been with the team for a while?
No, it's like his second season.
I've watched the video and I still can't figure out what's... So this girl posted on TikTok and captions the whole thing. Perion Winfrey just chased us barefoot out of the 9, pointed his gun at me and put his hands on me, stole both my phones, and pulled off. And you can hear him like... I don't know.
I saw in her
understand it.
story that, like, she had big old bruises on her neck from this dude.
She had red abrasions, and yeah.
Like,
but like she was in the hotel lobby, like calling him a pussy or something, and he followed her out, or I don't know.
She was with a friend.
Yeah.
And so I think he was probably in... A lot of athletes stay at that hotel, like, or they have apartments there up top. To a certain point, like, you can't get past it because it's, like, secure. But... They probably saw him in the lobby, and
that's where Kareem Hunt kicked the girl.
There's always something going on because people don't know how to hang. I'm not justifying his
That's
actions.
the East Side boy.
But people, I can imagine.
Were there any gophers involved?
Groundhogs.
I can imagine he probably walked in. He even the article says he ignored their comments at first. Like,
but he also did the thing when he followed her out where he lifted his shirt.
I didn't see that.
And showed her the handle. Yeah.
That's what it was alleged, but people don't know how to chill. They probably saw him and was like, "Oh, can I get a picture?" He was probably like,
No, I don't think that's what they were. I think this girl is because
groupie.
She
Or just
also
drunk.
was blowing up Baker Mayfield about this time last year.
Oh, is that the same chick?
That's the same chick that not the Cheesecake
Oh,
Factory
not
girl,
her?
but the one that like Baker was private sending her like DMs on Instagram. Calling her a C slut.
Oh, yeah. Another oral agreement.
Yes, a yum slut. And she's like, oh, my God, Baker's so out of pocket here, blah, 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 kind of thing. So I think
She's like not a jersey chaser, but a clout chaser. She's like trying to get famous from these guys or something?
I guess. I don't know. But she's putting herself in.
By negging them?
But I think she was like hooking up with this dude and then like hanging out with him, partying with him, and then things didn't go the way
that's
she
what I'm
wanted.
saying.
Yeah.
Like, people don't know how
Or
to
he
hang.
wanted, yeah.
And the way she was so comfortable, if he is what position does he play? I know he's a
Defensive
football
line.
So linebacker, whatever. I wouldn't be approaching a dude already that size, being a woman, and he gonna pull up a gun, and you're still gonna have your phone in front of his face. You weren't acting like you were afraid.
No, that wasn't even her phone. It was her friend's phone because he took both her phones.
Okay, but you're not acting
She
like
had
someone
two
who's
phones,
afraid.
yeah.
I would run away. If I
Baker
was
did
threatened.
get flushed out of the pocket a lot, though, so maybe she was onto something.
We back to poop puns?
No. Yeah, so I'd never heard of this dude before. That doesn't mean anything, but I mean, this is the first time I've ever hearing about this guy, and
I think he went to the same
Browns
school.
cut him.
I think he went to the same school as Baker. I think he was Oklahoma Sooner.
Well, Poundcake wants him to keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, keep fighting, says Poundcake.
Keep fighting the good fight, Perry. I feel bad for him. He followed two randos out of the hotel, allegedly flashed a gun. Took.
Yeah.
I mean,
All
even if you don't know
allegations.
what he did, you hear what he's saying. I mean, so it's like it's. But no,
I need
but
to see
you
what happened before the tape.
right. But I'm just saying, if you just took the audio of it, there's something going on that didn't need to go on.
And he also
That didn't need to be filmed.
had something happen back, I think, in March or something, where he was accused of domestic abuse, and
But he's just
the Browns put him on like they're like double secret probation, basically.
But these celebrities are safe nowhere. Where can they go?
What do you mean safe?
What do you not say?
They can't just wander the streets and enjoy
Keep
their
talking.
life.
I'm just gonna let you talk until you say something so stupid that
I get canceled.
not canceled. You're too low to get canceled.
I was like, oh my God, they're gonna fire me from one of my jobs.
You got 9 more. Don't worry about
I
it.
was good. Yeah, pick one up where the other one left off.
Police took statements from the alleged victim and her friend, who told cops she saw Winfrey flash a pistol. Winfrey called the alleged victim, who put him on the line with the police. He said the women were harassing him and admitted to taking their phones. So if he called her, then he knew who she was, or it says Winfrey called the alleged victim.
Yeah,
who put him
that's
on
what
the
I'm
line
saying.
with the
Like
police.
she's a Jersey Chaser type girl that's trying to hang out with.
The cops asked him to
athletes.
return to the hotel, but he refused, saying he was a Browns player and was concerned about security. He dropped the phones off near the hotel where cops retrieved them, and then they watched the girl's video.
She probably broke her NDA too.
Can we go
She
back?
signed one in the lobby.
Yeah. She signed something. Can we go back to the beginning of this when you asked Cody about calisthenics and our sports reporter didn't know what that was?
I got a life to lead, Mary. I can't be stopping every 2.5 seconds to.
I thought that was something with your foot.
Yes. I just thought that was a very,
Something with your foot.
very funny moment.
Oh, there you go. I guess it partially is something with your foot.
It can
Could
involve
be.
the foot. Yeah,
there
sure.
you go. In all of kinesiology, he'll figure it out. Okay, well, good. Who knows? These
poor Browns
Carry
players.
on. We barely knew ye. Did this guy produce? Was this guy anything? I mean,
I don't think he was very good. I think he had like 1 sack.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm saying. If they were paying this guy a lot of money, they wouldn't have cut him so quickly. Oh, he's from suburban Chicago. He's from Maywood, Illinois.
I had to think about it. I was like, maybe he is related to Oprah. Like, I was like, she's from Chicago. He's in Chicago. I don't know.
Well, she's not from there, though.
And you want him to carry on the good fight.
Yeah. Isn't it, Oprah's from like Tennessee or something, right?
Against the women.
Yeah, right.
Carry on the good fight.
Says Poundcake.
Carry on, Perry.
Okay, well, there you go. There's Poundcake Sports Break. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text for something, 35192. You can also get us at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You wonder why they call you bitch. You wonder why they call you bitch. Look here, Miss Thing, hate to salt your game, but you's a money-hungry woman and you need to change. In the locker room, all the homies do is laugh. High fives, cause nothing but can played your ass. It was said you was easy, even easy, sleeping around for what you need. See, it's your thing and you can shake it how you wanna. Give it up free or make your money on the corner. But don't be bad, play the game, get mad and change. Then you wonder why these motherfuckers call your name. Still looking for a way out, and that's okay. I can see you when the stray is a way out. Keep your mind on your money and roll in school. And as the years pass by, you can show them fools. But you ain't trying to hear me cause you're stuck. You're heading for the bathroom, about to get tossed up. Still looking for a rich man. You dug a ditch, got your legs up trying to get rich. I love you like a sister, but you need to switch. And that's why they called you bitch. I betcha.
Tupac just wanted his girls to be in school, right? He wanted an educated woman. He wanted somebody who was respecting themselves. There might be a break in the Tupac murder case. Who even knew this was still being investigated? I didn't even know it was still an active case. I know it's technically considered an ongoing investigation, but Tupac's been dead since 1996. They raided a home in Henderson, Nevada as part of the investigation. And I don't know that there's been any update on it from then. But they served a warrant for the person who was living there. Tupac, of course, got killed right in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. And I think everybody knows that Puffy had a hand in it. But at least that's the allegation, right? That Sean Diddy Combs, whatever he's calling himself now. I shouldn't say September 7th. Tupac was in the hospital for a week. So he was alive for a week. But there's all kinds of theories. I mean, the public is barely paying attention to this anymore. I just didn't even know that it was still on the radar for law enforcement. Of course, Tupac sold 75 million records. I have to claim ignorance on that. I figured that Tupac was a bigger deal in death than he was when he was still active. I had no idea he sold that many records. But he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Remember when Snoop inducted him? 2017. I don't think that was a Cleveland year. I don't think Tupac got into the Rock Hall when it was here in town. Maybe he did, and maybe the edible was kicking in then. But he also has his sister was there to talk about his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame just last month. But other than this story, I mean, people, again, it's not really on the radar in the minds of the public what's going on with the Tupac murder investigation. But there it is. I don't even know what leads they're looking at. But maybe you've got a little Tupac shrine in your house. I certainly know we do at Casa Cox. Gwen was a big, big Tupac fan. And so we have the eternal flame in the corner of one of the rooms in our house. And it's a shrine to Pac. And so I'll tell you what, I mean, when this news came down, I was the middle of the night when Gwen woke me up. It just shook me awake. You know, I was sawing logs. I was in a deep, deep sleep. And she came in, and I couldn't figure out. I was so groggy. And it's just my wife in the kitchen. She had taken all the pots and pans out of the cupboards, and she was throwing them around and banging them. And I was so kind of knocked back on my heels, I didn't know what was going on. And I said, "Are you okay? What's happening?" The alarm hadn't gone off or anything. She said, "There's been a development in the Tupac murder investigation." And I said, "Wow." So I went downstairs and we sat at the shrine for a couple of minutes. The flame never goes out, so we can just sit there anytime. And it's a contained flame. So if you're thinking, Alan, I'm worried about the integrity of your home. Don't worry about it. It's a contained flame. But it never goes out. And so we sat there for a few minutes and we talked about it, about what this could mean for her and millions of Tupac fans around the world, what this could mean for potentially a theater re-release of Poetic Justice in 70 millimeter IMAX. And so once she kind of calmed down, I put all the pots. I said, honey, you go to bed. You need to get some sleep. I meticulously returned all the pots and pans to their respective cubbies. I mean, by this time, they were strewn not only about the kitchen, but throughout the house. She was so excited. Normally, I like to contain the pots and pans to the kitchen.
Yeah, that's a good place for them.
But I wasn't going to tell her how to celebrate a possible development. And so we were so excited that I got right up this morning and made a reservation for us at the White Oaks.
Nice.
Good job.
And so I, and again, it's tough for me because, I sleep in a nightshirt. And so I'm racing down one of the stairwells to, I'm looking like Wee Willie Winky. It's not only the nightshirt, but you know how I like to wear my nightcap too. And so, it was a wild night. A wild night.
Poundcake, you watched the show Teen Wolf, right?
I did.
Do you remember the, what's his name, Stephen Ford?
Like the actor?
Yeah.
The older guy?
Yeah.
Gerald Ford's son?
Is that Gerald Ford's son?
The blonde guy?
I don't.
He was in When Harry Met Sally, I think?
No, I don't think that's him.
Oh, how old is he?
He was born in 1990.
Oh, no. Okay. Who am I thinking of?
Stephen Ford.
Here's Poundcake talking about that show.
Stephen Sean Ford. He's an actor and he's been in
Sean Ford. Okay.
Oh, Stephen Sean Ford.
He was in Teen Wolf. He was Matt on Teen Wolf.
Probably the
Teen Wolf. Poundcake is what he's saying.
That's it. Teen Wolf. Sorry. But he's coming at me for my Oppenheimer review on Twitter.
He's coming at you?
Yeah, he's like...
Is he in Oppenheimer?
No. He just
How did he find you? Did you hashtag Oppenheimer?
I hashtagged Floppenheimer.
Oh, so he found Floppenheimer.
I don't know what he found.
I told you you're the tip of the spear on the immediate Oppenheimer backlash.
I just said it. I didn't like it. And he goes, that's an L take. Or he just goes, L take. And I'm like, did you see it? And he's like, yeah, last night, IMAX 70 millimeter. Which, it sounds cool when you call it 70 millimeter, but let's call it what it is. It's 7 centimeters, all right? It's not that impressive. It's just 7 centimeters.
You think he saw it on obviously that refers to the film stock, but do you think that he watched it on a 7 centimeter screen?
Well, because
that would be way less impressive.
7 centimeters and 7 millimeters. Mary, you're the math lady.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Sure.
So,
that's math.
That's math.
Okay, so he didn't like your take.
He didn't like my take, and I'm like, okay, well, I didn't like it. Everybody else is
now. Is there anyone
like all the film people love this movie? I don't like it. More good,
but more to the point, he found you because you hashtagged Floppenheimer.
I don't know if that's how he found me, but I mean, it showed up in his feed.
But he doesn't follow you, and you don't follow him.
Nope.
So you wouldn't have found each other any other way.
Right.
Are there any other posts picking up on other people that are hashtagging Floppenheimer?
So far, I got the top post on Floppenheimer.
Yeah,
it looks like
928 retweets.
No, it's like 1 retweet and 19 likes because that's how much everybody likes this movie.
So you gonna fight him or what?
I if he comes here, I can't go out to Burbank.
Fly to Burbank and fight this guy, dude. Defend
If
your
he
honor.
flies me to Burbank, I'll fight him.
No. Defend
He
your
can't
honor.
work. He's out of work right now. He's on strike. So
Yeah,
just
he's got
bored.
nothing but time to dick around on Twitter.
So I just thought that was. I thought, Poundcake, who's the guy from Teen Wolf that you always talk about?
There's a couple. There's Tyler Posey. Cody Christian, Colton Haynes. I met Tyler Posey.
So this guy's like way down on the call sheet.
He was on. He had a
he's
reoccurring
like 6
role.
or 7.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a reoccurring role there. So I don't know. I don't remember if I.
Well,
saw
now he
him.
has a reoccurring role in Bill's Twitter timeline.
There's Charlie. What was his last name? He's a twin. Charlie and Matt Carver. They were on Teen Wolf. There was a lot of hot young heartthrobs.
Remember years ago, and I don't even remember what it was about.
Devin Sawa?
Devin Sawa got into it with me on Twitter.
Yeah, that was funny.
That I was a douche and he makes a ton of money and he's got a lot of cars in his garage.
Right.
You know you're coming from a good intellectual spot when you go right to, I make a lot of money and have, I think it's because Erica met him or something and I mentioned on the air that.
Followed like me and Erica for whatever reason.
But I was like, Devin Sawa, whatever. I mean, we were talking about Final Destination or something. I don't know the guy. And apparently I got in his feels because he was slagging me on Twitter.
This dude is not even verified, but it looks like he's legit.
Who's that?
Well, nobody.
Stephen Ford.
The being verified on Instagram or on Twitter anymore doesn't mean anything.
Means you paid for it.
Yeah.
Well, I would want to be verified.
Then
pay for it. You can
I'm saying
be.
if I was an actor and I had those bona fides, like, what am I living in LA for to not be verified? Like,
I think that's
I don't think
one of the
one
things
has
he tweeted
to
is
do
like,
with the other.
He's like, I was verified for 10 years and now it's gone.
Right. You can literally get verified now, Cody. Just pay for it.
I'm poor. I can't.
It's like $10 a month, isn't it?
That's $10 I'm not willing to spend.
All right. Well,
for my 6,000 followers, I have like negative followers. Like Twitter is the only platform I have that just doesn't grow or like stay consistent. I constantly lose followers, never gain, always lose. Instagram, it's like, I'm pretty much maintained, but whoever I lose, like there's more followers to take their place. Twitter, I'm just constantly losing followers. I had like almost 7,000 and now I'm down to like 6,400 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how much people use Twitter, or they just don't like me. I don't know which one.
Might be the latter. Still a lot of people on Twitter. All the people who swore they were going to get off Twitter when something better came along, a lot of them haven't really done it because they're like, what's the point, right?
Doesn't matter.
Threads, who cares? Mastodon, even fewer people care. People just want to get on and dick around. They don't want to go, oh, let me find a server. Like most people walking around don't care about a decentralized internet, or they don't care about that. They just want to get on and start dicking around with their friends. That's why everybody got on Threads, because it was automatic. But it's boring, so now nobody's on there. I mean, there's plenty of people on there, but most people aren't screwing around.
Remember last week when you guys were like, gotta get all Threads.
Well, we did because listen, there's no downside to it. Who am I trying to impress?
Like, on Threads.
Boring.
It's the new. You should listen. The business we're in, you should be on with the new.
Nope.
But if it doesn't go anywhere, then fine. Who cares?
Old, send me a Harry Potter owl if you want to talk to me. It's the only way I do it anymore. That's how they communicate in Harry Potter. They send owls with notes attached to their feet, and that's how you can communicate with me.
Ah.
Not on Threads. Not on a new.
I'm just saying I know Bill and I were the only two that got on Threads from the show, but I didn't think there was any downside to it. It's not like people go, why aren't you using Threads? Nobody cares.
But I also feel like there's not really an upside. What's the upside? You get in on the ground level and you're Threads famous?
Yeah. No, not Threads. It's not about being famous. It's what if it ends up being a cool platform and you're already in there and you're dicking around with people. And so far, it's kind of dull. I figure that they're going to figure those things out over at Facebook. And so maybe they'll infuse it with more interesting things. But just because there's no downside doesn't mean there's an upside. Because I figured, you know what, if I like this a lot, I will get off Twitter. But then I go, well, I barely use Twitter. So what do I care even about Twitter? I barely tweet. Although,
I'm just trying to get engagement where I can.
Engagement?
Yeah.
Mike from Parma hit me up on Twitter. He's like, he wanted to know if Coxtradamus was back. Because no sooner did I talk about the whole Jason Aldean mishigas yesterday than Fox 8, they got a person of interest in that dude that Jason Aldean killed at Progressive Field.
Stop saying that.
What? They have a person of interest. We were just talking about it. That happened 9 years ago at Progressive Field. That dude, somebody put a dude down the garbage chute at Progressive Field at the Jason Aldean show. And as you know, I buried Coxtradamus in the sands of Jamaica 7 years ago.
Come on.
Never to return. However, maybe maybe there's a signal that Coxtradamus needs to come back. But I don't know. So that would be great if they were able to figure something out there. Imagine 9 years go by and you get a knock at the door and somebody figures out that you were connected to the kid that got killed at a friggin' country show. They're like, I thought I rode this one out.
So who is it?
They don't say.
Oh, they didn't say.
But boy, Eddie Gallick over there at Fox 8. I don't know if he and Peggy are still working in tandem, but they're doing all kinds of work over there. And they may have, they like to breadcrumb you on the information there.
Yeah, they're trying to get you to watch it 10 or 10, 11. When's the news on?
Always. It's on always.
Always
no,
on.
Like, not the
Literally.
local one.
Yeah, it's like 11, 12, 3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. It's on like 19 hours a day, dude. It starts at like 3 in the morning.
Well, that's the thing, too, is local affiliates for some, I don't even know if they're still doing it, but a few years ago, their thought was, hey, let's start the news earlier. Like, we can't go later because people want to tune into, like, syndicated reruns of Seinfeld or Family Guy.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do it earlier. So they were crowing about, now 4 a.m. Get your news early. It's like, you guys know there's 24 hours. I know local affiliates got to do what they got to do, but trying to keep their head above water.
Poundcake, for God's sake, the word is stinky, not stinky. It makes me want to barf every time you say that. Oh my God. Have a good one, guys.
Is that what he says? Stinky.
But if it's really stinky, then it's stinky.
Poundcake, for God's sake, the word is stinky, not stinky.
Oh, little pound cake. Why is everybody giving him a hard time? He's just trying to do his best. He didn't even have a Poundcake podcast this week.
Nope.
So he's not trying to do his best.
No, he's not.
Not the
He's
best. of
doing
my
his
best.
Midland. Fair to Midland is what you can expect from him.
My mediocre best.
That's a contradiction in terms.
No, there's like
Your mediocre best?
that's like upper middle class.
No. Mediocre best is not like upper middle class.
The best I could
There are
possibly do is
financial
still being
strata
mediocre.
that are different than my mediocre best. What is mediocre? How would you describe mediocre best?
Like doing the best you can with doing the least amount of effort.
No. So that's what something. So when you say that, that makes you feel good. You go, I'm doing the least amount. I'm doing
That's
the
not gonna
most.
get flat points.
He's putting in the most amount of work that he can with the least amount of effort.
It
That's
still
the most
seems to be
Poundcake thing I've ever heard.
Of course, that's still
Yeah.
a contradiction in terms there. Like, but just imagine the results you
Yeah.
could get if you put more effort in.
He doesn't want that. He doesn't want to put more effort in. He wants.
He
to put
wants
the amount of effort
the
in that he's
most
putting in.
the most he can. But if you're putting in minimal effort, how do you know that's the most you're getting out of it? I guess is my question. I mean, yeah, it's hard to
Requires a lot of
follow.
analysis, Alan.
What's that?
Said that question requires a lot of analysis.
Well,
and I don't know.
Isn't that one of your catchphrases? You put the anal in analysis?
No, but it can be. That'd be real stinky.
I thought he put the cis in analysis. Yeah, stinky. Don't. That dude hates that. Don't do that.
Poundcake, for God's sake, the word is stinky, not stinky.
I love saying it though, because it is. I want you guys to understand what I feel when I smell something stinky. I want it to just like burn your nose hair, stinky, putrid, if you will.
There's a lady who's suing an Asian restaurant in California. This is in the San Francisco area because she said that the Dragon Balls caused chemical burns. It's a woman who ate at a restaurant called Coup d'Etat in San Francisco, and she bought a spicy appetizer, but said that it was so hot that she got burns to her vocal cords, esophagus, and nostril, and that she will be forever damaged. So on the menu, the Dragon Balls were described as spicy chicken. But she said that she requested less spice as she doesn't tolerate spicy foods well. Why would you get it at all? This is an $11 dish. And she's like, so the server goes, okay, I'll have the chef make it less spicy.
He's like, no, I'm sticking to the menu.
That's right.
I'm not making alterations. It comes spicy, already hot.
Well, a lot of times they've got like their little legend on the menu is the pictures of the chili peppers.
Yeah.
So they're like, hey, 1's not bad, 3's real. But if you don't handle spicy food well at all, why would you get anything? It is a Thai restaurant, so it's, it's not mashed potatoes, but
in a Thai restaurant, if you get 2 peppers,
blow your face off.
Yeah, you're gonna be struggling.
But I like that.
Ugh, no,
I love it.
I don't want pain.
Huh? Well, not pain, but I like to know what I'm doing.
I like one pepper's good.
1 pepper?
2 peppers go too far.
We usually get from Thai Chili in Avon Lake, and they've got the thing where there's like 1 pepper. I go, give me all 3 peppers.
I remember one time
blow my colon out.
I remember one time going to a Thai restaurant for my buddy's birthday, and he went full 3 peppers, and he's sitting there eating this food and sweating. And I'm like, how is this enjoyable? He's like, it's good.
Well, yeah,
like,
I don't want to feel like I'm on Hot Ones,
yeah,
but I mean, if it's...
that's what he was. He's like struggling to eat it. He's like sweating buckets. And I'm like, dude, don't go so spicy. He's like, it's good.
Sometimes you got to suffer for your art.
Yeah.
Art of eating.
It's in December.
Well,
listen. December, he's sweating in a restaurant.
Poundcake, for God's sake, the word is stinky, not stinky.
I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text. Next chance for you to grab some money. 6:30. Next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie, and then you'll get the full choreotic experience tonight on the Buzzard.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.